All right, we in here, squad. What's happening, baby? Thanks for tuning in. Let me get rid of Devontae Sabonis. Like that wasn't even last night's game. That was the New York game. But the picture still fits. Just despondent.
Who slapped up my guy Sabonis?
I think he'd actually. I think he got hit in the face on this particular picture here that we're looking at. But back at it tonight, man. Back at it tonight.
Slap my guy up.
That's what happens, man. He gets his ass whooped nightly. But you know the rules. You breathe on Joel Embiid.
Oh, you can't breathe on Joel. It's going to be a foul.
Oh, man. Appreciate you guys tuning in. No, it's not the outcome we wanted, man, but we here. Will Z, what's happening?
We all right, man. We all right, y'all.
Be more. Michael, what's good? Tyler, Dr. David, IPH, Curtis, Patrick, Garvin.
IPH. I see your little comments, IPH. And I'll tell you this. IPH. The sun shines a little brighter when the Dodgers choke every damn year.
Warren pulling double duty on Twitch and YouTube. Appreciate you. Ralph, what's happening, man? Let's go, baby. I'm with you. 3-3. Let's get it in. Ramsey, I saw Ovechkin last night. That dude is special. No doubt.
Is Ovechkin
Ovechkin.
Mm-hmm. Is he better than Crosby?
I don't know. That's probably.
I was asking Ramsey.
Yeah, that's a. I mean, I know.
Did you go to any Caps games like when you was out there?
No.
That's like really big.
That's for one.
That East Coast hockey thing is like they'll like we talk about the Kings. They'll talk about hockey like that.
Oh,
on the East Coast.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. The game 916. What's happening? Yeah, that's facts. Do not look at that man. All right, baby, let's go. Come on in, hang out, get comfortable. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's Stilo and KC here on the Wednesday, December 14th edition of the program. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
And we've got James Ham joining us in the final hour of the show. We got tickets to see the Sacramento Kings take on the Washington basketball team coming up on December 23rd. We'll have those for you in the final hour of the show as well. Plenty to talk about today. Lots of Kings stuff to talk about. Obviously, we'll dive into the game last night, and then we'll dive into the game tonight. That's kind of one of the pluses of a back-to-back is when you get your ass kicked like you did last night, you don't really have much time to wallow in your pity.
You're right back at it.
You got to get right back at it.
Baseball schedule. Yeah. That's what happens in baseball.
You got to get right back at it. And so we'll dive into that. Really anxious to hear your thoughts on what the San Francisco Giants yesterday did.
San Francisco Giants
I see you're geared out. It wasn't that long ago that you cut, I believe, a 10.5-minute uninterrupted promo on this show following the debacle that was not the signing of Aaron Judge. So,
well, let me tell you something, dude.
You was cutting a promo.
Now,
on Farhan, on the Giants, on ownership.
To be fair to me, what was I decked out? What was I decked out in that day? Giants gear on.
I didn't say you abandoned.
I told them that day. I don't know if they're Giants. I'm Giants.
Okay. Well, I'm anxious to hear your thoughts. I
actually said they're not Giants, so I gotta maybe run that back a little bit. I'll just say I don't know if they're Giants. I'm Giants though.
I was scanning Twitter yesterday and saw a favorable, very, very favorable reaction to that news yesterday, and I saw you sprinkled some thoughts out there. So anxious to dive into that, but we'll get into the game last night first. And of course, as everyone is aware, the Kings lost 123-103. we've said this a million times. You don't tune into this show to hear what happened last night. The game was at 4:00 last night. Everybody knows what happened to this point. You know the final score. You know the numbers. The bigger question is, one, how did we get to another, a 20-point loss? And why does it feel like these poor performances are starting to stack on each other? And much like over the weekend, Sunday, the Kings were essentially done in by a quarter.
Yeah.
They were done in by the first quarter on Sunday against the New York Knicks. And, that game was just on the verge of getting away from them for like the entire first quarter. And then it finally did in the second.
Yeah, that second quarter, I have it here in my notes. It was 40-35. And ironically, I got home when it was 40-35. I was like, okay, they're there.
So it's your fault.
Well, it could be my fault. Could be Elijah's fault. He was there again.
Wow. I don't know. Kings are 0-2 whenever Elijah's in the building.
In a shocking turn of events, it could be Miss P's fault.
Miss P was courtside. I would never blame Miss P for this, though. I would never blame Miss P, though. She was sitting courtside in Philadelphia.
It was courtside P. Courtside P in the building.
Yeah, I saw that. She was basically sitting next to Joel Embiid, talking to him about all the free throws he's taking.
Just saying, courtside P ain't no joke.
Maybe we need to keep Kings fans off of the road on the East Coast. Maybe that's the problem.
Shout out to my guy Mike Will. He was in Atlanta. Jay Hardaway was in Atlanta too.
Stay out of there. We lost in Atlanta. Because I was on the floor. The Kings lost in Atlanta.
When nobody we know in Staples Center when they played the Clippers.
I don't know anybody who was at the Cleveland game.
Starting to add up.
Yeah, starting to add up.
It's all starting to come together.
But yeah, 40-35 was the marker.
Yeah.
And
so I saw that. I was like, okay.
Kings just decided they were good at 35.
Jeez. Then it was a 14-0 run where James Harden goes crazy. It ended up finishing out at a 17-2 run that made it 56-37
and a 41-23 quarter.
And that was game, man. That was it. That was all she wrote. So I mean, I look at that game, and I went back and watched it later in the night when it was actually the middle of the night.
Good for you, because I tried to watch it back this morning, and I think it was about 50 something to 30. I think it was 37. I was like, this is stupid. What am I doing? This game looks exactly the same as it did last night.
Yeah,
it didn't change.
Well, I mean, I was up at 147.
I saw that. Yes, I saw that. The baby looked adorable at 147.
Wide awake.
I was fully not expecting you to be here till around 2:00. When I saw that IG live this morning, or the story this morning, I was like, oh boy.
So yeah,
I got the first 2 hours of my
So I watched it again, and the first quarter and a half, I liked the way the Kings played. I thought they were getting after him. I mean, Joel Embiid was crazy in the first quarter. Whose game was it? It was Joel Embiid's game.
I disagree. It was the officiating crew's game there at the start of that first quarter. And that's why, and I'm glad to hear you say the way that they were playing, because that's, I think, particularly this morning, it was obviously glaring watching the game. I was like, man, I think I'm being taken out of it by the amount of, this game was dreadfully slow to start, because I think it was 14 free throw attempts for the Philadelphia 76ers in the first quarter.
I think Joel had 9.
And it was like, oh, we know Joe's capable of this, but damn, I mean, I feel like that was key number 1 yesterday. Don't, Sabonis can't get in foul trouble. And we'll talk about this later. I've been wanting to see Neemias Queta.
You saw him, kind of.
That's not what I had in mind.
You saw him ish.
I mean, I allegedly saw him. But yeah, not the debut I was hoping for. That was a very Shockmaster-like debut for Neemias Queta in that game.
9 free throws.
But it was I think that's for Joel.
For Joel. Wow.
Yeah, that's where I just struggled. So you're saying that you like the way that the Kings were playing. I could not get a feel for how the Kings were playing.
I thought a couple of times, I thought they were trying to push the tempo. They were trying to get up tempo. There was a couple of times when they gave up a score, got the ball up court quick, scored within the first, it was almost some 7 seconds or less type stuff. And I liked that. I liked they were trying to do that. But like you said, the free throws kind of took them out of the ability to do that. And then there was the other part where they weren't really hitting threes. And that's the story. That I kind of, I don't want to sound like a broken record, but I feel like that a lot of the times that tells me a lot about a Kings game, what they're doing from beyond the arc. I know we want them to be more than that. We want them to, be, a better defensive team, or, somebody that, hey, get the ball inside or get to the cup. They can do those things. It all starts with the three-point shot, in my opinion, for the Sacramento Kings. And I think at one point in the second quarter, they were at 3 of 20 or something like that in the first half. So they were getting them up. They just couldn't make it to save their lives. And if they can't hit the three ball, I don't think they can win most nights.
And is that so if you're an opposing coach, is that top of the bulletin board game plan
right now?
Force them to shoot threes?
Well,
because if they're not making them,
force them.
We're winning by 40. If they're making them, we're in a fight. But
I don't even want to chance. If I'm coaching, I don't even want to chance that. I say run them off the 3-point line. Run them off the 3-point line. Try to limit their 3-point looks, because if we keep them from getting hot from three or anything like that, like you can make the argument the Sixers were a little fortunate the Kings weren't hitting threes. Although I give the Sixers a little credit, they contested. Will Z, where are you at? It felt like they contested a lot of those shots in the first half. They did a good job of contesting those threes.
Yeah, that was the other problem that Philadelphia had like 47%. They shot way above their average in terms of the amount of threes that they hit, shot, and the percentage in which they fell.
Yeah.
We're gonna get back to the 3-point shot as the show progresses. Obviously, we've got 4 hours to talk about last night, to talk about tonight, and I'm not overly. I hate that it was a bad game. You lose 110 to 105 or something like that. Like, that's one thing. This was even more so than the New York game, because the New York game, I kept thinking, you're down 11. A Herter 3 falls, a Monk 3 falls, and boy, you might have something right there, because that's the Kings can score quickly. I never felt like that. Like that. I think the closest they got with was 15. They got within 15 a couple of times, and one time they got within 15, they didn't have the ball. Philadelphia, I think, hit a 3 right away. In fact, I think there was a 3 and then an and one. It was that challenged and one at the other end, and it went from 15 to 21 in seconds.
Yeah.
And there was another one, they were down 15, had the ball, and that 3 didn't fall. So like that run never happened. But with New York, I was on the edge of my seat thinking, one more 3 falls, they're in this. I never was on the edge of my seat. It was the first game, I think, all year. I was like, I don't want to watch this anymore.
Yeah, I think there's a couple of reasons for that. Number one, because they were after the second quarter, after PJ Tucker's 3, they were never in the game anymore. Like it was.
Check PJ Tucker's Twitter account. Did PJ Tucker score?
Yes,
a lot.
Yeah, but you know what? Another reason for that though is I think the way Joel was playing, but the way James Harden was playing. James Harden threw it back last night. Pause. All right. He had a throwback game. He was hitting threes. He was getting to the foul line. He was creating for others. He had a heck of a game, and the combination, you're looking at the game where it's like, all right, Joel's doing what he's doing, but man, now we got to deal with James Harden, who's feeling good. Tobias Harris had a really good first half.
See, that's probably the most offensive part. Like, you tell me that James Harden has a night. All right. Tobias is capable. Tobias doesn't do that very often.
Not very often, but he's
capable.
Yeah.
No doubt. He's capable. But he doesn't do it very often.
I mean, you got the guys like Cork Moss. I think Thibault hit a 3 and things. And it was like,
everybody was in on the act.
It's not gonna happen. But it's one of those things where you played a really good Sixers team at their gym. They performed at a high level. They got you, and they got you to the point where you weren't going to be able to come back from that. So
everyone who played meaningful time, with the exception of Montrez and Joel, not only hit threes, but hit multiple threes.
Niang was 4 of 8. He was hitting threes, man. I mean, the Sixers,
I apologize. Shake only hit 1. He didn't hit multiple threes. He hit 1.
The Sixers were playing. They were playing really good last night. They were playing really good, and the Kings did not play well.
Again, and that's the concerning part.
Mm.
Less not playing well against the championship contender, more you didn't play well for the second game in a row. So we'll dive a little bit more into not only what we saw last night, but what we've seen over the course of the last couple of games and really what we've seen on this road trip. Will Z posted a preview for tonight's Toronto Raptors game, examining the first 4 games of this road trip. The numbers are bad, especially compared to the first 22 games of the season. Like, the numbers have fallen way off. So we'll talk about that. We'll try to dive into to why. And I got a question. There was a loss earlier this year that I thought might help the Sacramento Kings in games where the 3-point shot's not falling. Now I'm wondering if that was the outlier. So we'll talk about that. We're just getting started. Phone lines are open for you. I think we're free and clear until James joins us at 3. So you want to get in on the phone lines, man, please do. 916-909-1320. We are just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Yeah, we got to. It's a good call, young staff. We didn't talk about Fox there. We got to talk about Fox too. I got you, Juan. I know how you feeling. I see you. I got you. I think he thought they could make a run. That's because they got within 15 a couple of times, and again, it was that one shot away. It just didn't fall. Maybe he held on a little too long, but I think that was his thinking. The Sixers had started to miss shots, particularly in the fourth quarter. I think that's why. But
I also think it might have been a little bit of he's trying to get a positive spurt from them. Get them playing well, because they're not playing well right now. So
yeah,
that might have something to do with it as well.
Could have.
Did you see Dave Jacoby's no longer with ESPN?
I did. Yeah, I saw that.
I like Jacoby. I mean, we joke about that moment, but other than that, I mean, I like Jacoby. I think he was good on everything he did at ESPN. So good luck to him in his future endeavors.
Yeah, I'm sure he'll wind up strong. I mean, I'm sure he already has someplace strong lined up. I think some of y'all got some birthday gifts from D-Lo and KC on the way. I mean, some Christmas gifts, excuse me. I've been seeing some names come through the website that I don't recognize. I ain't gonna shout them out or nothing, but I think there's some good stuff on the way for some of you. We appreciate you, all of you.
So what's your thoughts on Instagram notes?
I think I've missed that.
You didn't see that. So now in the DM area, you can leave a header, almost like a note. So what the hell is this?
I don't know.
You know.
Oh man.
Young Zell. Man, I hope the bars are ready for tonight, man. I don't know what's gonna happen tonight, but let's stay positive. Hey man, come on now. Stop playing with me. You can't run away. I saw this. Where did I see it? I don't know. Ah, damn, that sucks. But I saw this thing where it was talking about the most expensive videos ever made, music videos ever made. Maybe it was hip hop and R&B. I don't know. But they had a couple.
Scream. Scream had to have been up
the
there.
One.
Yeah.
$12 million to make Scream. 12 million.
Yeah.
Scream was one. They had a couple other ones I wasn't really aware of, like damn, I wish I could remember. A couple of them were like $1 million. I was like, that cost $1 million? Oh, the thong song was like 1.5 million.
Oh. That dong, the dong, dong, dong. Live on the Odyssey app, live on 98.5 FM HD in your electric vehicle or on your HD radio. And of course, live on ESPN 1320. You could watch the show on twitch.tv/ESPN 1320 and youtube.com/ESPN 1320. If you've never had the opportunity to catch the visual aspect of the show, it's fun, man. We try to make it a different experience. We talk through the commercial breaks. We bring up random discussions that sometimes spill over to the radio and derail the show for an hour or two. But it's usually birthed in a commercial. So you can check us out there at your leisure at youtube.com/ESPN 1320. The Kings are back in action tonight to take on the Toronto Raptors. We'll talk plenty about that. Note Jesse threw here in the show. Kings are 7-11 against plus 500 teams. And 7-1 against sub 500 teams. There's a lot to read into that because we've talked in the past about, go out there and beat the teams that you're better than.
Right.
Okay. So far, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
It turns out, as excited as we've been about this Kings season, perhaps they're not championship contenders yet. As they've, got it handed to them. They've gotten beat by Milwaukee. I thought they played pretty well against Milwaukee. They lost to Phoenix. They've lost to, Philadelphia. They've lost to some good top tier teams.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought the 7-1 against sub 500 teams was interesting.
It is. But like you said, I mean, that's
what you want that at least, right?
You want that. And 7-11 is, I don't know what I thought their number would be, but 7-11 against plus 500 teams, it's not that bad to me, especially considering who we're talking
about. We're talking
about the Sacramento Kings, and we're not like if it was the Milwaukee Bucks who were 7, then there'd be cause for concern. But we got a team that's trying to be up and coming right now. So
and when you look at Philadelphia's game last night, I think is a great example too. I think Philadelphia's 15-12 now or something like that. They have a record in kind of somewhere in the vicinity of the Sacramento Kings following last night's game. Yeah, 15-12. That's not a team that's going to finish 3 games above 500 by the end of the year.
No, that's going to be one of the top.
That's a legit championship contending team
in the Eastern Conference who think that when they're fully together, they were almost fully together last night. No Tyrese Maxey, but when they're together, they feel like they probably can win a championship.
Yeah, and I stand corrected. They're a championship team until the regular season ends, and then once the playoffs get here,
there is that. There is that.
we'll be talking about the latest Philadelphia 76er disappointment, which is sad because I really, really like Joel Embiid. And I actually like Doc Rivers. It's getting tough.
I wish you'd tell the whole story.
It's getting tough, Doc. It's getting tough.
I really wish you'd tell the whole story.
I know.
Mike Brown.
Okay.
Hey, Mike, you got a good team over there, Mike. Yeah, those are guys, they work hard. they work hard.
It's the laugh. It's the laugh that gets me every time. 2 bad losses in a row. You concerned?
No, I'm not concerned at all. Games on the road against the Knicks aren't a championship contender, but I think that's a better team than maybe a lot of people think they are. Or they're a little streaky.
They're a defensive team too.
They're a defensive team, and they're a little streaky. Like they have embarrassing losses. They have really impressive wins over the course of the season. So that stuff, and then you got Philly. Philly's got 2 guys that can carry a game. They got good role players. It's on the road again. It's a tough game to win. Now, the way they lost those games, that's something that you don't want to see. But at the same time, we're still just talking about 2 games. One of them without De'Aaron Fox, and we'll get into De'Aaron Fox in a second. But we're still talking about 2 games. If it was, if this ends up being something that we see over the course of 2 weeks, then that'll be a little concerning. But, it's 2 games.
Especially since you're coming home next week.
Right,
you got Detroit at the end of this week. You got Charlotte. Now, Charlotte's going to look a little bit different based on some news we got this morning regarding LaMelo Ball. They're going to look a little bit different on Monday. The Lakers look very, very different than they did the first time this team saw them at the Staples Center. So I don't remember. Oh, Washington, of course. Yeah. There's no telling what Washington will look like. Bradley Beal may or may not be here for that game. The belief is he will be. Yeah. But that's the Wizards' hopeful thinking. He will be on their road trip that I think begins. I actually think it begins today.
So we got to figure out what game is that on the road trip? Is it the last game of the road trip?
That's a good call. Yeah.
Is it the last one? Because that could be a
second night of a
doozy.
back-to-back. What is it?
But no, I'm not concerned. Much like everybody else, I want to see them play better. But I think, and I talked about it a little bit yesterday. I don't want to look too far ahead. We got games tonight and the game on Friday. But what they do in that stretch between the end of December and a lot of January, that if they're still, struggling with those games, because I'm starting to get a feel for this team, and I think they are a really, really good home team. And I think that feeds off the energy of the home crowd. And they are a team that's really good at home, and they're hit or miss on the road. I think they're tough enough to win road games. We've seen that. They're tough enough mentally and physically to win road games, but you never really know what you're going to get because, at least as of right now, they are a jump shooting team. They're a 3-point shooting team. And sometimes that works on the road. Sometimes it doesn't. What they do at home is they have a good mixture of getting stops, getting out in transition, finishing at the cup in transition, and hitting threes. And that's what makes them so difficult. They don't really seem to have that same energy on the road, at least on this road trip. Now, on this road trip, they've been going against better teams as well. So,
for sure,
that plays a role as well.
We'll get into, because I don't think either one of us are overly concerned yet, and we'll get into even more specific reasons why as the show progresses. But you mentioned De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron Fox did return last night, played 30 minutes, and it was tough. It wasn't the triumphant return that many Kings fans were hoping for when we got the news that he would be back. He finished 5 of 15. He was 1 of 7 from 3. He took 7 threes. I think more than going 1 of 7, it's the fact that he took 7 that really stood out to me. And I don't want to read too much into it, but I wonder if that tells the story right there. Wound up finishing with 13 points, 1 assist for De'Aaron Fox. That assist number has plummeted. And I was listening to Night Chat this morning, and I know Deuce thinks that's an overrated stat, the assist per game. I couldn't possibly disagree more. I think it tells a story of how the team plays and whether the shots are falling. And the fact that De'Aaron Fox had 1 is a problem for me. And Yeah, not the return we hoped for from De'Aaron Fox.
No, not at all. I thought he looked good, to start the game. I felt like he was looking, swift and had a bounce in his step. I thought he looked fine.
I feel like he got knocked around a lot.
It was physical.
The other times that he didn't, shoot a three and
Right.
tried to get to the basket, like it was a couple of times when we went to the foul, like he got hit. Like
Yeah.
he felt the 76ers.
I thought he looked good, and I was a little different. I don't know if I really said this on the show. He clearly was hurt. He clearly wasn't feeling well when he was out. But I didn't think, like, when he stepped on the gas in those games previously, I didn't think he looked much different. Like, you think about Indiana, when it was time to turn up, he turned up. So that's kind of what I was going by. I understood he had something going on, but I thought when he was ready to, make a move and to do something, to be aggressive, I thought he looked relatively normal. I say all that to say, this stretch of games, this is the next step in him being an all-star or a superstar. This is the pattern of De'Aaron Fox's career that we're trying to eliminate, or we would want him to eliminate. He has hot and cold spells. He'll play really well for 2.5 weeks, 3 weeks, and then he'll play like this for 2 weeks. And then he'll turn it back up for another 2 weeks. And then for a week, he's just kind of mid. And that is something that has to, if he wants to be an all-star, if he wants to be looked at as a, franchise player in the same breath of, and I say that because these are the all-stars, of a Steph Curry, of a Dame Lillard, of a Ja Morant, there's no lulls in their season. Like, there may be times when they're not as good as they are. So Dame will go for 30 plus in 5 of 6 games. And then his lull is, oh man, he hasn't he's been in the 20 to 25 range for the last 4 games.
Mm-hmm.
Like, that's his lull, not 13, not 12, none of that. Like, that's where he's got to eliminate those things. And his team needs him to eliminate those things. They can't. This is where I was getting at, a couple of times when we talked about most important. They can't. Sabonis can have a good game and it still not be enough. Sabonis could have a game statistically where it's like 11, 12, and 6, and they beat somebody by 20, 30 if De'Aaron Fox has his 25.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's the guy. That's the guy they need to produce that makes them different. And that's been one of the things that's happened as of late. He, hasn't played in a couple of those games, but even before that, he just hasn't played well enough. He's got to pick it up. He's got to play better.
Sabonis had 22 and 10 last night, 5 assists as well. Statistically, a really solid game. 8 of 10. Can't remember any of it.
I know he didn't, and it's not to any fault of his
I remember
own.
the third foul and the fourth foul, though. I remember those.
It felt like he got those numbers in spite of the opportunities that he actually had out there. It didn't feel like he was out there very long.
Yeah, I think he had hit his first 4 shots, and obviously he was extremely efficient from the field. He just, he had to lose a certain level of aggressiveness on both ends because of the way that they chose to call the game last night. There are some other things that stand out. Team-wide concern? No, not yet. There are a couple of things that my concern is beginning to get elevated with. Kevin Huerter. Kevin Huerter's struggles in addition to De'Aaron Fox. De'Aaron, I want to see play out a little bit longer, given his circumstances. Kevin Huerter's shot has really, really struggled, over the last month, and he was such a dynamic reason as to why this team was succeeding early. It was a major reason this team won 7 games in a row. He's a major reason this team is 14 and 12 and above 500. But that the fear of that 3-point shot dropping, for the opposing team seems to have disappeared recently.
Yeah, he's just not hitting. He's not hitting.
And when you're a shooter like he is, I don't know if it really is just a matter of keep shooting, because it's going to drop. This is who you are and what you are.
Mm-hmm.
But how long do you have to wait? Like, because what other aspect of Kevin Huerter's game, was truly damaging to an opposing team?
I think he's a scorer just in general.
More than a shooter?
Not more than a shooter, but he is a scorer. Like,
Okay.
so if he's not hitting the 3-point shot, he has the ability to get to the cup or score in the mid-range or hit little floaters or get little stuff like that. So I think he has that ability, and from time to time you see that. But obviously, the crux of who he is the 3-point shooter. And to answer your question, yeah, you keep shooting, you keep letting it fly. This is who you are. You don't doubt that. You don't second guess that. I'm not saying you or anybody else is saying that he is, but you get out of that the same way that you weren't in it before. It's just by having supreme confidence in your game and in your shot, and you keep working on it. Maybe it's extra shots, maybe it's an extra shooting session to just get some kinks out or whatever the case may be. But yeah, you just keep stroking it. You keep stroking it. You don't think twice about it. You have confidence in what you're doing.
Far more than Kevin Huerter, because I'm with you. It's going to fall.
Mm-hmm.
You hope, as a Kings fan, that it falls sooner than later. Tonight would be a great night for that shot to start falling. Canada would be a glorious place.
Oh, Canada.
For Kevin Huerter to find that groove again. I do have concern about a particular player, though, far greater than Kevin Huerter and De'Aaron Fox. 26 games into this, man, I don't know what Davion Mitchell is to this squad. Tell me that's out of bounds. Tell me I'm off in that thinking. Tell me why I'm wrong.
I can't.
Tell me what Davion Mitchell. I don't know if Davion, and maybe Davion is doing stuff that my simple basketball mind doesn't recognize, or maybe I'm just simply not giving him enough credit for. He was a guy I had really, really high hopes for this year. He was a guy who I expected to have, and I guess to a certain degree, he does have a definitive role. I probably thought it would be a little greater than it actually is. I'm kind of lost with Davion. I don't expect you to answer. I'm just
but I'm
lost.
with you. I'm not going to leave you out there. I mean, I'm with you. I'm not sure night in and night out what he's able to bring. We talk about on the defensive end, and he brings that all the time. But
it's tough to be fair to Davion. That aspect of his game last night is going to be tough with Joel, Harden, and even you throw Tobias into that. Those guys are too big for Davion.
Yeah,
those are mismatches across the board.
One of the threes Harden hit. I mean, Davion couldn't play better defense, and Harden just rose above and splat like that. That's one thing you just got to tip your hat and be like, "This is one of the greatest scores of all time."
If you're not able to take the ball from him on the ground, you're probably just hoping he misses,
right?
Or when he has the ball on the ground, I should say.
And when he has it cooking like he did in the second quarter, what they say, hide the women and children. You know what I mean? Like the house is on fire at that point. So I think he brings it on the defensive end every night. I don't think that's an issue, but yeah, I need more from Davion Mitchell, and I don't know where it's going to come from. I don't see him being much more of a scorer off the bench than what he is currently. Playmaking, I don't know. And this is what we talk about a little bit with the combination of Sabonis and Fox's assists going down and stuff like that. Fox isn't the primary playmaker for others. That's Sabonis. When Davion's in there, he's not the primary playmaker for that second unit. That's Malik a lot of the times. Or De'Aaron's back in there, and then he's the primary for that. So, I don't know where those assist numbers and those playmaking for others numbers is going to go up. I don't know what his role is with the team right now, with what Mike Brown and the coaching staff have for him. I guess if I was the coach, I'd be like, hey, we need you to play great perimeter defense. And I think I would want him to push the ball a little bit more than what he's doing right now. I think it's a lot of half-court stuff. And I think right now,
when you say push the ball, you mean push the tempo of the offense, or
push
penetrate
the tempo,
to the
push
basket?
The tempo of the offense. You got to get stops to do that. But there was a couple times last night when he did it after a made basket. And I think that's where you get the best of Davion right now. Not necessarily when he's walking up the court and trying to be in the half court.
He's one who I think is important to the Kings' success. There isn't a player who plays regular minutes that isn't important, whether it's Malik or Davion, shoot, even Shemezi, TD. Those guys are important to this team's success. Davion is one, though, that I feel like, and I'm sure Davion has one that I just can't remember a game that really stands out. Has there been a Davion Mitchell game this year?
Charlotte.
Okay. Yeah, that was the Davion Mitchell game. Because I feel like everyone has had one.
Yeah.
Like Malik has, half a dozen or so at this point. Terrence had Brooklyn. Everyone has kind of had their moment.
Yeah.
Davion needs to channel whatever went on in Charlotte and find that. Because he's capable of more than we saw from him last night.
I agree.
A lot more than we saw.
These guys, they're not playing the best basketball right now on this road trip. And, to a certain degree, I don't want to necessarily stall them out or anything like that, but it just kind of is what it is. It's tough right now. It's tough. No, they're not the only team struggling on the road or on a road trip. The Boston Celtics, by the skin of their teeth, didn't lose their third straight game last night, on the road coming out to the West. So life on the road is hard for anybody, no matter if you're the Sacramento Kings or the best team in basketball or, a team trying to find their way. So what needs to happen is you've got to find a way to survive. And that's why we talk about a 2-4 road trip, or best case scenario. To me, the best I thought they could possibly do is a 3-3 road trip. That's still attainable. But even if you don't get that with a loss tonight, you still have an opportunity. Go 2-4 on a 6 game, and that's fine. That's okay.
I'm going to point out to you and everyone else who's listening, Friday is not a given win for the Sacramento
No,
Kings.
it's not. It's not. But I say even if you lose tonight, you still have an opportunity to come with 2-4.
You better play a whole lot better than you have the last 2 nights if you want to beat Detroit. I don't care who Detroit puts out there.
You got to play a whole
They're
lot
NBA
better.
players in NBA uniforms.
Yeah, whoever you play in this league. Orlando.
We saw that. We saw the
beat the hell out of Phoenix.
Yeah.
So it don't matter who you are. You got to play better basketball.
Yeah, that moment got me. That the little Willie Green action in the in
it got dusty in the Barling compound.
House. Yeah, it got a little.
that was a moment right there.
That got me a little bit when I saw Monty with Coach Silas. That was
a moment.
Yeah, that I was like, oh, come on, man. And then it was like 2 minutes. I was like, oh, come on, come on, man. I mentioned a game earlier that I thought could be a blueprint for when the three's not falling, because we've expressed the importance of that shot falling. Was the Phoenix game an aberration? Like Phoenix in that game versus Phoenix, it was a close game, 32 assists, I think, 9 made threes, which is well below your standard bearer of 12. 9 of 25, I think was the number. But a close game, a really solid performance from the Kings in that one. But it feels like they haven't had a game replicate that.
For me personally, that was the exception, not the rule. For how they play right now until they show me otherwise. That's the exception, not the rule. The thing that I will say, the caveat I will say about that game, and it seems really simplistic. They were 9 of 25 that night, by the way. It seems really simplistic, and I don't want to make it that simplistic, but it feels that way. Is at home they can get away with it. They can play like that. On the road, they have not shown that they can play without the 3 ball and win games against top opponents. They got to have that 3 ball going. And I think all around, whether at home or on the road, they need that 3 ball to be dropping. But I would give them an opportunity to be able to have a game like Phoenix again at home as opposed to on the road.
Okay. Well, I've got a little bit more that we've got to discuss regarding that. Some of it's on the defensive end as well. So we'll dive into that. And I'm anxious for this. I've actually been waiting since last night to hear this. I want to hear your thoughts on what the Giants did last night. So we'll get into that. Phone lines are open for you as well. 916-909-1320. Stilo and KC here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What's up, Rich? Could be anywhere.
Rich and Manny linked up. I saw that a little bit on my Twitter. I didn't get a chance to really dive into it, but I saw they linked up somewhere.
Here?
I don't know.
Or is Manny in the streets?
Let me see. What did Manny say? They were in Dallas.
Oh, wow.
I am K. Diddy. D-Lo and KC brings a chat house together across the nation. Stop over in Dallas and ran into the one and only Eric Man 9, stacking up those frequent flyer miles.
Oh, that's awesome, man.
Really
that's
dope.
Good stuff.
Yeah.
Michigan Wolverines, what's happening, baby? Appreciate you tapping in.
Yes, sir.
Only Michigan Wolverine I like.
Only 90 more days.
Oh, goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Oh, shut up, Foxy Saboner. Knock it off.
Shut the hell up. No Drake Barside.
Yeah.
Shut the hell up.
Well, I'm a star this. We'll talk about this. That's a good question. I'm going to pose it as a question. We'll get into that. That's a good one right there. He definitely was. Yeah, he definitely was. He been through it. He's been through it for sure.
And Monty is a guy that, gone through some stuff himself.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, he's been through it. CJ, what's happening, baby? Chester, what's good? What's good? Yes, indeed. Namias Kata had his welcome to the NBA moment card and Embiid for sure. He walked back to the bench 2 minutes later, and the ref said, "Welcome to the league, kid." Oh, that's awesome. Right on, Manny, wherever you are. That's good stuff. Oh, damn. Sorry about that, Rich.
Yikes. I started watching Shaq last night. The first episode was okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, it was okay.
Okay.
It was okay. Seeing his family. Now, that reminds me. I'm not sure how much you knew about him. Probably not as much as Jason. But, seeing his family, seeing his brothers and sisters, and I didn't know they went over to Germany and all this other stuff. I thought it was okay. So if it gets better from there, I'm interested to see.
Yeah, I'll tune in. I'll tune in this weekend for sure. I did watch. I was thinking about watching it. I meant like I was a shoot when I said Jason's enthusiasm got me more excited than the first episode did for the next 3. But I watched the Vince McMahon thing on Vice.
I forgot that was going on. Yeah, how was that?
It's trash. It was garbage.
Hey, Vice hasn't come with it since that first season of.
So
under the like they've been kind of weak since.
I'll do something longer when Kenny goes to the snack machine, but it was a lot of recycled content from Dark Side of the Ring, and it wasn't a documentary. It was just analyzing everything they think Vince has done wrong that they already had footage on. And I don't know what the purpose of having like Ross and Bruce Hart on it were. Like that was. It was trash. It was Vince is easily hateable, and you can question a lot of things Vince McMahon did. But even with that context, it was a hit piece. It was like it's okay. It's not a documentary. It's just we're gonna point out a bunch of things, and they ride those shows. And I said this, Dark Side of the Ring. They ride what wrestlers say with so much strength. Where the Superfly Jimmy Snuka story, like everyone knows what happened there, but the story that went around was Vince McMahon showed up in the detective's office with a briefcase and the charges went away. You know where the story came from? Some 20 odd years later by Superfly. Like, come on, man. Like, really, that's what we're doing. And then they had the nerve to put the, God bless him, I know he's in the area, the Tonga kid.
Yeah, those to carry that over here, ESPN 1320, D-Lo and KC, you know what it is.
Told you the conversation starts during the commercial break sometimes.
I think they those Vice behind, what is it, behind the mat, behind the ring?
Well, they had a show called Dark Side of the Ring. But this show was called The 9 Lives of Vince McMahon.
But they're all cousins, right?
Oh, for sure. They're brother and sister. Like, it's the same stuff.
And they're deep into that, like just like everything's shady in the rest. Like, we're gonna give you what they wouldn't tell you. And sometimes it's not that deep. Like, sometimes it's not, like you mentioned, they talk about what these wrestlers say all the time. Sometimes it's not that. Sometimes it's just, Vince had terrible storylines. You get what I'm saying? Like, they do a little too much.
There's a line in it. There's a document. It's not a documentary. There's a hit piece, and I'm not caping for Vince McMahon whatsoever. Vince McMahon has his faults, and he is, by all accounts, a disgusting human being. But the way that they did this show was absurd. Like, it really was ridiculous. The ratings for professional wrestling have fallen like every year for the last 20 years. Vince McMahon should have never gone global in 1984. Like, I'm sorry, what? Like, I'm sorry. You had like Bret Hart's brother saying they should have just left it the way it was, where Calgary and my dad had their, and then the Carolinas had their style, and they had their style. Wrestlers were making $20 a night back then. Now, wrestlers who you don't see sign 7-figure deals, and they get paid if they tear their ACL or throw their shoulder out or get hurt. They get paid that 7 figures, whereas back in the day, if you didn't work that show at the Golden One Center or the Stockton Arena or the Chase Center, you didn't get paid.
Yeah.
For better or worse, Vince McMahon made the professional wrestling business better, significantly better. There are some hiccups along the way, some major hiccups, but to blame him for like everything that's gone wrong in wrestling is just, it's goofy.
Yeah.
It's goofy.
So to be honest with you, I don't know if I'm gonna watch it.
Don't watch it. It's not worth it.
I'm off the Vice things. It was cool. They sparked when they started, but now they just garbage. But you know what I am gonna watch? I was alerted to this last night. I don't know if it was the first night or what, or if I was just off. But I don't think you watched this. Last Chance U is back. Oh, Lance, Last Chance U. It's one of the best, I can't say on TV, but it's one of the best reality show things going. They went to basketball last year. They did football for like 4 years. They went to basketball, East LA Community College, blew it out the water with that season. They're back again at East LA again. I'm checking that out. That is Last Chance U goes hard. Jesse, you watch Last Chance U?
Is that Netflix? Yeah. Where's that? It's on Netflix?
Yeah,
I didn't know.
Last Chance U go hard.
I don't think I've seen episodes of it. I don't think I've like watched it.
The football was great, especially the first, when they went to Ohlone, or no, they didn't go to Ohlone. They went to Laney College in the Bay Area. That one was, it was kind of mid. But football was great when they were like in Mississippi and stuff, or wherever they were at. And then they left football and said, we're going to do basketball. Then they started with a bang.
Okay.
Basketball.
All right.
Great show.
I want to check it out. We're going to get back to the Kings. Michigan Wolverines ask, would you like to see this team at a rim protector and another legit score? I'm just going to float that out there in the universe because I want to get back to that. But in the midst of Kings and 76ers, we got some major breaking news from the world of Major League Baseball, and it was just a few days ago that you cut a promo on the San Francisco Giants.
I did.
And
I want much deserved.
I believe that it was, and I want to hear what you have to say, but I want to talk to Sam first.
Okay.
916-909-1320. What's happening, Sam?
Hey, how you guys doing today?
Great to hear from you.
A quick side note, I was at the first Royal Rumble when it was showed at Memorial Auditorium in black and white. To the very first one they ever ever had.
Oh,
Very
man.
good. Very good.
Yeah,
That's
it was-
tremendous.
They need to do more stuff
They
at the
had,
Memorial Auditorium.
they had a full house back then. But anyway, what I wanted to say was, I'm disappointed again this year that it seems like that when one or two of the Kings guards are cold, such as Fox and Herter, that Mitchell, Monk, and Davis, they can't step up and make shots. And that has been the same MO for the Kings for the last 20 years. They don't have anybody that can step up when there's two of them are going cold. And I don't understand that.
Yeah, and I feel, Sam, and I understand a lot of people who feel the frustrations of that. But I will say it's been like 2 or 3 games. It's been like 2 or 3 games. Like Fox wasn't killing this last homestand, and Monk stepped up and balled out, that entire homestand. And
Part of
they've had the Harrison has played well a couple of times too. I think I understand everybody's frustration, but I think I'd give it a little more time before saying stuff like that.
Yeah, maybe I elevated Malik too quick, and Malik is in fact an other, in the sense that he's one of those guys who's really good at home and feeds off that crowd, but he's not, he's not on that upper pedestal where, I'm is it uncalled for to think he needs to be on that upper pedestal? Because I think Malik, if Davion struggles, if Terrence struggles, if you only get one of Terrence, Davion, Chimezie in a particular game, Malik needs to be hot.
Probably for the way that this team is playing right now, absolutely. But you would think, like, your starting 2 guard should already be hot. Like, the fact that Malik hasn't been playing well is magnified by the fact that Fox
Kevin
was
Huerter.
out for 2 weeks or for 2 games. Davion didn't play particularly well. And when he came back, he didn't play well. And Kevin Huerter, like you just mentioned, isn't true. Now it's like, well, damn, we're not getting no scoring from Malik Monk. Well, I mean, he's still your 6th man. Like, he shouldn't have to score 20 a night for you to have an opportunity. Because even in this whole thing, he hasn't shot the ball particularly well. But I don't know what he had last night. The other night, I think he had like 17 or something like that. Like, it was
Malik. Malik was. You're talking about Malik?
Yeah.
He had 16 last night.
Yeah. I mean, he's
and he had 4 assists, so he was getting closer
right
to where we would see Monk cooking at the Golden One Center.
Yeah. But to your point, right now he's kind of looking like another.
And I guess that maybe that was too far, because in defense of Malik, we just mentioned Sabonis' stat line, which was 22 and 10 off of 8 attention. None of it felt consequential. Nothing the Kings did scoring wise felt consequential. So maybe that's why I'm a little bit down on Malik's performance last night. It's because it didn't matter, which isn't entirely his fault.
Right.
There's a million reasons why that game got out of control, and you can look at the fact that we haven't mentioned his name yet. Kevin Huerter and Keegan Murray combined for 10 points.
Yeah, see, it
those guys are starters. Yeah. Like you can't do that.
Can't happen, man. On the bench, I mean, there was a lot of guys that played because it ended up being a blowout. But you look at, like we talked about him, Davion Mitchell. He's got, when you look at Monk going for 16 on 4 of 10, Terrence Davis 5 of 8, 12 points. That's about fine for those 2 guys. What you need, as you just mentioned, Keegan and Huerter can't combine for 10, and Davion Mitchell 1 of 8, 2 points. I mean, that's not gonna, even when Davion's not cooking, maybe you get Trey Lyles going. Trey Lyles didn't have much of an impact last night either. So the team just didn't play well. Didn't play well. That's what it is. I want to go back to that, but real quick, I wanted to ask you. Sam talked about the Royal Rumble at Memorial Auditorium. Boxing and wrestling. I know you talked about. I think Bruce always said they loved doing stuff at Arco Arena, but boxing and wrestling, at one point, I think they still are, but at one point was massive in Sacramento.
Yeah, he mentioned the first Royal Rumble. I don't think that's the first Royal Rumble as we know it, but many either wrestling historians or wrestling fans Sam age remember that Pat Patterson
He just hit Hall of Famer Pat Patterson.
he was a big, like, he was big in San Francisco, big in Sacramento. Pat Patterson was actually the creator, if you will. He created the concept of the Royal Rumble that Vince actually hated. He thought it sucked.
Vince didn't like anything that was successful.
And you know who loved it, and it was the reason they went forward with it, was Dick Ebersol. Dick Ebersol loved the concept. He thought it was amazing, and that's kind of how the Royal Rumble, the original Royal Rumble, was born, which was on the USA Network. First winner of the Royal Rumble, by the way. You got it?
No.
Hacksaw Jim Duggan.
Oh.
But they did matches like that at the Memorial Auditorium. Like, it lived in Pat Patterson's brain as a promoter, as a wrestler, you know, working in the San Francisco. And I think that the promoter's name is Roy Shire, up and down California. And yeah, there's great, like, old school posters, like Pat Patterson versus Bobo Brazil or Ernie Ladd or something at the Sacramento Memorial Auditorium. I know there was wrestling at the Fox 40 studio.
Yeah, I remember. I've heard about that. I don't remember, but I've heard a lot about that. I remember hearing a lot about wrestling, and I remember somebody also was telling me boxing was really big in Sacramento, which is surprising they don't. It's just gone. I mean, it's gone from a lot of places. It's like Vegas and New York. That's about it. But
boxing matches, unless they're TV shows, are now like travel destinations.
They do a lot of stuff, and I want to check them out one day. They do a lot of stuff at the DoubleTree on Arden. Like maybe once every 2 months, they have like these Friday night fights at the DoubleTree.
Okay.
I never know when they're happening though. Like I
ain't been to the DoubleTree in a long time, boy. Oh, that's where every zoot suit
was it
5 gold rings.
What you know about the Radisson though?
Oh, I know about the Radisson too.
Was it work there? Like, were you working there? Did they do anything with the Radisson?
No, it would be like one-offs. It wouldn't be regular. Thank God. It would be one-offs. But it's where you go.
No. You know what I'm thinking of? The Red Lion.
The Red Lion. That's on. Is that the one?
That's the one
like,
on,
like behind Cal Expo, like
behind Arden Mall.
Yeah.
The Red Lion.
Oh. That's where every brother in there had at least 5 gold rings on, a zoot suit with a jacket that went down to their knees, gaiters. Everyone in there was Bishop Magic Don Juan.
So we had to do to get in.
That was the 40+ crowd,
boy. Man, they used to get it in too. I went in there a couple times as like 22. I was loving your boy.
Kenny went to Cougar Town that night.
I was loving your boy. So I got to come back.
I believe it. Ooh, you young thing. Come here, boy.
Oh, give it to me, baby.
Yeah. I was going to say Rick James. Rick James and Sheik's Essentials playing in the background. Y'all ain't lived through nothing unless you live through that. Woo, Lord have mercy. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by last year's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. If you're on YouTube, hit the thumbs up, please, and hit the subscribe buttons. We'll get back to the Kings. San Francisco Giants made a move last night.
Yeah.
Carlos Correa, 13 years, no trade clause, 13 years, no opt-out, $350 million for the shortstop.
Wow.
Good enough?
First of all, these baseball players, I think they be tripping with these contracts. 13, you gonna lock me up for 13 years? I need a 6, 7 years. Maybe I'm just the NBA player. He's 28 years old.
28, yeah.
Baseball, though, he could play till 40. Sign me the 5-year deal for 150 to 200 million. And then I'm gonna get another 100 million.
I think you're crazy.
I mean, I would take the 350, but 13 years.
You're guaranteed $350 million.
I'd take the money.
The journey behind that is crazy. The amount, the fact that he turned down, what was it, 5 and 130?
from Houston.
Houston,
Yeah.
and then signs the short-term deal with the opt-out for like 2 and some change.
Yeah.
And now 13 years, 350.
More power
That's
to
a journey,
him.
man.
More power to him. 13 years, that's some
That's
hockey
a
stuff,
long
That's a
time.
long time.
Isn't that
man.
what Bryce signed for? I
Yeah.
thought it was
Yeah,
ridiculous. I
Bryce
think
is
this is
13.
ridiculous.
That's
I
what I'm
think,
saying. The years are crazy.
Well, no, I think they're ridiculous I think that's ridiculous for the San Francisco Giants. I'm not going to change my tune because the Giants did it.
I don't have
If
a
that's
problem
what
with
you
that.
have to do it, do it. But is this good enough for you?
Yeah, I said it last night on Twitter. I'm not gonna, what is it say, thumb my nose at it, or I say sneeze on it on Twitter. I'm not gonna sneeze on the deal. Getting Carlos Correa, getting Carlos Correa, that's a big get. That's a big get. This is a guy who 2-3 years ago was looked at as one of the premier free agents and rising stars in the game after he had won his World Series with the Houston Astros. So to be able to go out and get him, I'm very happy with that. Very happy. And everything that went on a week ago with Aaron Judge and not being able to get him, I think that added to the pressure of having to get this done. They had to get this done. They had to get this done. Else, season ticket holders and all this other stuff would have been an issue. That ballpark would have looked ridiculous if they would have just tried to come back with Mania and I think Hanglers or whoever the other guy. It would look ridiculous on June 1st. There'd be, I think that sits 40,000. There'd be 20,000 in there. So they had to do something.
He's good for 20,000 fans.
I think he's a good enough player to bring excitement
Okay.
and bring wins.
Did they overpay?
And they may not be done. They might have overplayed it a little bit, but they had to. Much like the Kings to a certain degree, where we talk about the Kings tax, they got to overpay a little bit because it's a smaller market or whatever. The Giants, especially when you talk about getting a hitter, they got to overpay a little bit to get a hitter in that ballpark. One of the things that's always talked about in both, in all the sports, is they got to overpay a little bit to get them to California. You know what I mean? With the taxes and all this other stuff. So is it an overpay compared to others? Yeah, probably so. But I think it's a good deal for the Giants. I think it's perfectly fine for the Giants. And I'm excited about it. I'm excited about it. And the way I feel about 99, Aaron Judge, who played the Giants like a fiddle, turned his back on his hometown and went back to New York. Didn't need him then. Don't need him now. Didn't need him then. Don't need him now.
See, if he was a real one, you would have taken your hat and like flipped it off, because I think he took his glasses off at that point and flipped his glasses somewhere. I love the camera got in really close to him.
Get his beady eyes, as Stone Cold would say. I love the signing, man. I'm happy. And another thing that Carlos Correa brings, and I want him to bring it when he's here in San Francisco, is he brings a little aura to him. He brings a little flavor to him. That this team is missing. My man Bonte Hill, 95.7 The Game Morning Roast.
I saw him last night on Morgan Reagan's WebEx.
I heard about that. I missed that. I saw the tweet. I got to go back and see that.
Like, was that because Bonte just looked at the camera and shook his head and kept walking? I was like, that's fantastic. Bonte just did a run. This is the best part of the game. Was Bonte's running on Morgan Reagan's head.
But he mentioned it in the middle of the season last year, and he was spot on. He said, yo, no, not to disparage any of these guys that were on the roster. Hey, they're doing the best they can. They're trying their best. They're good people. We had people on the Giants hitting home runs and then dabbing.
Oh, jeez.
Fam, that was like 2015 with Cam Newton. What are we doing this 2022? We out here, home run, Jock Peterson.
Oh,
fam, stop.
Oh, jeez.
Stop. So they needed some flavor. They needed some swagger. And Carlos Correa brings that. Carlos Correa, he gonna hit a home run against the Dodgers and then kind of walk that thing down the first baseline. Look at it, look at the Giants bench. Go to that wrist. Say it's Correa time. He's gonna do that. and I'm gonna love
That's
every
gimmick
second of
infringement.
it.
Are you allowed to do that?
You know, maybe he got clearance.
All
Maybe
right, if you got clearance, like you bet you make sure.
But I'm gonna love it. I'm gonna love it when he does that. So Correa is one piece of the ultimate puzzle. I don't know what they're gonna be able to do with the rest of this all season, but I hear people talking about, it brings Shohei Ohtani into the picture. And that's kind of what I thought they lost with Judge, was it wasn't necessarily Aaron Judge didn't want to come to the San Francisco Giants. Maybe he didn't want to come to the at all. Maybe he always wanted to go back to the
You
Yankees.
don't want to come to the team.
Yeah, there was nothing enticing. It's like I'm gonna leave the Yankees and come to this where they're dabbing and their second best home run hitter is like 17 home runs. Like, no. So you get Correa in there, and that's kind of what the Phillies were able to do. They got Harper in there, and then they were able to get Castellanos. They were able to get Trey Turner. It was the start of putting together, a super talented free agent class over the course of some years. And that may be what they can do now with Correa in the fold.
Can you elaborate on something? It brings Ohtani into play. How?
A lot of people, and I don't know how realistic it is, but a lot of people think Ohtani, who I think is a free agent next year, may be looking to move.
Okay. And it makes the team. So you're talking about making the team more appealing for free agents. So
absolutely,
Aaron Judge doesn't look at a squad that's dabbing, or excuse me, the next Aaron Judge, whether that's Shohei Ohtani, whoever, the next big free agent is, doesn't look at like, the hell is this team over here?
Right. So, maybe next year in free agency, I think he's a free agent next year, but maybe next year Ohtani looks at the Giants and like, okay, they got Correa, they got Logan Webb. Maybe Manaea is really good. They got Manaea, Luciano's really good.
What's missing now for next year for this upcoming season? Like, can they compete this season with the Padres and with the Dodgers?
They got Ross Springer as an under the radar starting pitcher in this, I think yesterday, matter of fact. So I kind of want one more starter. I need some bullpen help. That really did them in big time last year, because it wasn't all bad last year. Like they were in the race for a little bit, in the playoff race at the very least, and then they just had blown lead after blown lead after blown lead. So I want another reliever, and I think they need one more bat. And that's a lot to ask, at the end of free agency right now. So I don't know if they'll be able to get it, but that's why I say going into next year, if you could say, Ohtani, you're the missing piece. We were able to get this piece and that piece and that piece. We need one more big bat, and you're the missing piece here that completes everything. Maybe that's
what's
the plan.
That cost though?
Oh, it's costing a fortune. But like I said, the Giants.
Is he the first player to break 400 million?
What's his name? He got 425, I think.
Who?
Mike Trout.
Mike Trout's got 425.
I think I saw. Maybe it's a combination of the contract, but I saw last night there was some stat. Correa's number is 4th all time, and it was like Trout, Mookie Betts, Harper, and Correa, and Trout was 420 something. I don't know what that means.
425. Wow.
Yeah.
Jesse confirmed. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I don't remember that at all, because none of those other guys, like Bryce Harper is like, isn't he like 360 something?
Yeah.
Isn't he like 365?
He's third.
What was Correa? 360?
Yeah.
So he's got to be, no, he was 350.
350. Mookie Betts was second. So
okay.
Mookie was, he might be, I don't know. But
Mookie's 365, Judge's 360. Bryce Harper's 330.
330. Okay.
Wow. So I think Ohtani
425. That's crazy. That's not even close.
I think Ohtani gets 450. I think he becomes the richest man in the history of the game, because Ohtani is still young, actually, isn't he? Like 20, like mid-20s. Jesse, if you could look that up for me real quick.
That's crazy.
I think he's like mid-20s. And if you're going to continue this whole thing where he's a pitcher and a position player, 450.
He's 29 in July.
Oh, he's
29.
He's a little older than I thought.
15-year deal coming his way. He's going to be 45.
Well, Correa gets 28. Correa's 28 years old and got this 13.
Yeah, right.
So
41.
Ohtani may get that. That it may not matter if Correa was there, and Judge is 30 or 31.
Yeah, Judge is 30. That's
So if it's not gonna matter, Otani gonna get 400. And the Giants
How
better
old's
be
Trey
in the
Turner? Because
ballpark.
like there's been some money thrown around here this offseason.
There has been.
Trey Turner hit the 300 mark.
I like Trey Turner.
Someone
That's a lot
else
of money
did
for
too.
Trey
Was it
Turner.
Bogart? Someone else hit the 300
Xavier
mark this year.
Bogart's got 200, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There's money thrown around this offseason. We'll step out. We've got.
Damn, we did a whole segment on baseball.
Oh, we did. We did a half. We did a half. Yeah, we did a half.
Look at us.
We'll come back. We'll look at the interesting night in the NBA last night, and perhaps the definitive reason why there's no need to be overly concerned about what's going on with the Sacramento Kings the last two games. That's coming up next here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, Stilo and KC on ESPN 1320.
I actually like it too. I seriously do like it, but it's only situational.
Yeah, 280 on Bogart.
Talking about the contracts is cool. Everything else kind of stinks.
You can talk about baseball like once a week during the season, maybe twice. What I call him, Sterling? Stripling. It is Stripling. I remember Ross Stripling because his like first ever major league game was against the Giants, and he threw like 7 no-hit innings and then got pulled.
That's the worst when you pull a guy when he's got a no-hitter going.
Yeah, and they lost that game too.
Yeah, I don't care if the guy's throwing 130 pitches. Let him out there still.
So France and Argentina, is that where everyone's?
Yeah, you
excited?
need to watch that one on Sunday.
I was thinking there's no 49ers, no Kings on Sunday.
Yeah, there was something I was going to do on Sunday. I told somebody, I got to do some Christmas shopping. Yeah, it's going to be chill though. Hey, there's a really good fight on Saturday night under the radar. I should know his name, but last name Martin against Michael Rivera on Showtime. 2 young dudes, young prospects really, who are undefeated. Somebody's always got to go. These 2 guys are good. It's gonna be a good fight. You rarely see the 2 young prospects going up against each other before like either one of them have any kind of status or belts or anything like that. I won't do a 13th round. So yeah, I did see him, Dr. David. He's super skilled. He be running his mouth a lot though. You're gonna have to see these guys. But he's super skilled. I like Keyshawn Davis as a fighter. I think it's Chris Martin. Oh boy. We had a doctor's appointment today for little Ryan. And, you know, you got to take their clothes off and put them on the weighing table. Perfectly healthy, perfectly good weight. Take her off the weighing table. She pees all over me.
And said, "That's for Uncle D'Lo."
Maybe she's a Dodgers fan.
That over my dead body. She's gonna have to go.
How many weeks?
Wow. Thanks a lot, John Poles. That's uncalled for.
How many do how you go to the doctor every week?
No, like when they're first born, you probably get every week. I don't think we went last week. Maybe we did. But maybe the first 2-3 weeks you go once a week. And now her next one isn't it's her 2-month appointment. So
Okay.
there's some time.
Gotcha.
Oh, that reminds me. Yeah, I gotta holler at you after the show.
Okay.
I know, man. It's been a long time since I had a little baby. Forgot these things. I hope you're right, B. Perry. I hope so. Boys are good, though. The record may not show it. I got a healthy respect for the Raptors. Well coached.
Yeah.
It kind of reminded me of the Al Horford Hawks. Always good, but never good enough.
Kyle Korver. I went to his uncle's church in LA, the Korver family. He was a really nice guy. Ken Korver was his name. Oh, I got a bone to pick with you. When we come back, this needs to go on the air.
Oh my!
I got a bone to pick with you. Damn it! Oh no!
I have no idea what's going on with your boy. He just yelled, "Oh no!" and went silent. What?
Oh no! Maybe I'm late to the party. You see the video of Clipper Darrell getting knocked out?
Oh no!
By security guard at Crypto Arena.
Oh, that's terrible. I did not see that.
Oh,
What did they knock out Clipper Darrell for?
there seemed to be some kind of. I'm gonna retweet.
Draymond Green told the official to go knock him out.
Draymond on that LeBron.
Well, it's not funny. We'll get to that in a
It's
minute.
not funny.
No, what happened?
Well, it's just so it's on TMZ as the video, and it looks like there's some kind of. Looks like Clipper Darrell was trying to go somewhere, like in crypto, and the security guard was like, "No, you can't go." And then Clipper Darrell seemingly was like, "To hell with you! I'm gonna walk by you." And then the security guard steps in front of him, like, "No, you can't go." Clipper Darrell looks to say, "Hey, get your hands off of me!" and like slings at him. And then the security guard just hauls off and decks him.
Oh, geez.
Can't be
That's
doing
got
that. Can't be doing that to Clipper Darrell, man. Come on, man.
Golden One would never punch Sign Lady.
Never.
Come on, man.
No,
Golden-
they would not.
Golden One would never do that to Sign Lady.
Yeah, man. Sign Lady would never charge somebody for a picture.
Now I need to watch the video.
While you watch that,
Yeah, and what bone do you have to pick with me?
So
goodness
you
gracious!
see that?
What
He's
did
just
you do
out.
that for?
He's just out. He's out.
Man.
Damn.
That was a little unnecessary.
We didn't have to go there.
Yeah, that was a little unnecessary. He went from 0 to 10 in like a split second.
You can,
That man was not in danger at all.
Not at all. That was uncalled for.
Man.
Poor Clipper Darrell, man. I like Clipper Darrell.
Yeah, that's not okay.
Yeah. Get well soon, man.
Yeah, because he's gonna need some getting well. That was a shot.
It was scary. He was out. Yeah,
it could have been worse too, because he almost hit that turnstile thing.
Yeah. That dude, he's gonna get charges on him, man. He definitely gonna get charged. I mean, the job's already gone, but he might get charges.
Well, I don't want to stall him out too much. Like, if security says no. You
didn't have to knock his block off.
Maybe he didn't have to, but maybe it escalated a little quicker than it should have. But still, all right, we'll leave it there. What did I do? He really did, man. You really did. But you said during the commercial break that you got a bone to pick with me.
Now, what did I do wrong? What did I see wrong?
Now, somebody tells me, "Hey, man, there's an update. You got this whole thing up in the update, man. Go check that out."
First of all, who sounds like that? I need to know who sounds like that.
That's how you sounded yesterday.
That's big cap. That's not how I sounded, but I know what you're talking about. Go ahead.
And I go to my hoopty, And ain't no update for me.
Mm.
I'm pressing the little icon. Is it in here? Can I slide over? No, I can't slide on. Let me go to YouTube. See, yeah, no, it's out there. Let me check my app. No update for your boy.
You didn't get the update?
No, I don't even have an option.
Are you telling the truth?
Yeah.
Oh, that's comedy.
I don't even have an option.
That's hilarious. That's a shame.
I didn't press both of the knobs down for 20 seconds to reboot the screen.
I didn't even know you could do that. Oh, that's a shame. I'm so sorry to hear that. I don't know. Mine updated.
That's what I'm saying. Hey, man, when you big baller, you get those perks. You messed up saying it's a common man like myself. I thought you thought the common man had the opportunity. No, it's only for the big ballers.
That is.
Every time Damien's like, that's a lie. You don't believe this, man. This is Exhibit A. He on another level, man. He on another level, man. I'm just out here with the people, man. He up in the skybox.
That's right. I'm up. You're half right. I'm up. I'm up in the sky seats. You, Miss P. Miss P. Somehow Miss P sitting courtside at the Wells Fargo Center.
Miss P was damn near next to Meek Mill.
Unbelievable. I'm trying to figure out how to get 8 tickets to in the upper deck for my family to come see the Beam next Friday. And Kenny's got a family reunion down in Kings Row 1 and 2. I'm gonna get a text message that says Luke Walton is an idiot for no reason at all. Christmas Eve.
Real quick.
Yeah.
Positive story now. Great news.
Oh, that story was great news for me. That was funny.
Yeah, not for the common man like myself.
Oh.
Great news though. Did you see the CIF allowed Kiku to be eligible?
I did. Yeah.
I'm glad they came to their senses.
Yeah.
It shouldn't even have been a situation.
It was way too much. That was silly.
But hopefully he gets to play in one of these preseason tournaments and then all the league play.
Just real. What the hell didn't we have Joe on? It just dawned on me.
We got to talk to Joe.
We normally do. I know we do Joe every other week, but like the Grant just won. Yeah. Troy Taylor's going to Stanford. Andy Thompson took over Sac State. Coach Patrick wins 2 in a row. The women keep winning.
Joe might have to be on Batty Thursday. Oh no, we got
Coach.
Tomorrow.
Yeah, Coach.
That's the spot I was thinking about.
It's Super Batty Thursday tomorrow. Super Batty Thursday.
It's only fans Batty Thursday.
Wait till we tell Matt George it's only fans Batty Thursday tomorrow. He's going to show out for everybody. Suns lost to the Rockets last night. We're going to tie all of this into the Kings as we look at what went on last night in the National Basketball Association. But the Suns, they lost to the Rockets. And I
got beat down a little bit too.
I saw an interesting. Oh, by the way, I'm sorry. I got a little thrown off with you with Clipper Dale getting knocked out.
Yeah, me too.
The Kings have listed Kevin Huerter as questionable tonight. So I saw that on Sean Cunningham's Twitter account, where obviously it's a 4:30 start tonight, so we've got the injury report pulled up, but Kevin Huerter's listed as questionable. Left ankle soreness. Now, it begs the question: is this something he's been playing through and been dealing with, or because he rolled his ankle a while ago?
Yeah.
Or is it something he kind of aggravated last night? Because if it's something he's been playing through, might explain a few things. If not, maybe it just explains last night.
Well, I'm surprised that that's what it is, because wasn't and I thought I heard Drapes talking about it a little bit yesterday, or maybe it was Mark Jones on Sunday, but they were talking about Kevin Huerter with the shoulder situation. Remember, because what game was that when they're like, oh, glad to see, maybe it was Cleveland, and they're like, glad to see, Huerter back in there, we're worried about the shoulder.
He did he go to, did he go to the locker room in that game?
I don't remember. I don't remember. I'm drawing a blank on the
He-
events, but I remember them saying that on the broadcast. I don't know. It was one of the last 3 games.
It doesn't appear to be his shoulder right now.
Right.
He's listed on the injury report as questionable with left ankle soreness.
Right. The whole point of me saying that was when you said he was questionable, I thought it was the shoulder, but now we got to see what this ankle is. So
My ankle, my shoulder, my ankle, and my shoulder could be that. Who knows?
Damn, can't give Debo Kevin Huerter's ankle.
Can't.
Back
do
to
that.
you, Damien.
Thank you. Well, I got a good shoulder.
How's your MCL?
To the best of my knowledge, it's fine.
All right, we'll throw that in there.
I have strong questions about my right Achilles right now, but
you make me nervous when you say that, bro.
You
make me nervous. I don't want nothing crazy.
I was there gunning like a wild man over the weekend.
Do you do that thing where you pinch your Achilles? I read that helps, and it actually does, because it helps with like blood flow down there. I saw these doctors. They're like, you got to massage it with like a pinch for like 5 to 10 minutes, and if you do that multiple times throughout the day, it helps with the blood flow down there.
So my trainer friend told her about a pain I was having in my heel.
See, I didn't have a heel.
And it only happens at a specific time. And it's when my leg is in a certain position when I'm training and my foot is flexed. There is a sharp pain in my heel. She's like, oh, I know you think that's, I think that's Achilles. That's an Achilles tendonitis. I was like, I don't think that's what it is. She was like, okay, I'm the athletic trainer, jackass. Like, I think it's Achilles tendonitis. And, you got to stretch your calf and your hamstring and do all of this stuff. So that's what I've been doing. And Theragunning like a wild man. But my Achilles might go. Jesse's going to have to pick me up to come to the studio because it's my right foot.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn. Well, you could just
riding around in a scooter.
No, you just talk into the thing. Take me to the studios.
I ain't doing that. It ain't gonna be me. I ain't gonna be the one to try that out.
You're gonna be like Michael Scott after he burned his foot.
Yeah, that's good. I need somebody to pick me up. Get Ryan. Tell Ryan to bring toilet paper.
I haven't seen him. That guy's. It's just funny.
He cooked his foot on a George Foreman grill.
Oh my gosh.
It's one of my favorite episodes. The injury is one of my favorite episodes. The injury. The fight where they went to Dwight's dojo, and then the duel between Andy and Dwight are 3 of my favorite episodes.
I'm still on the basketball episode.
All right,
you're missing out, man.
Maybe when Ryan goes to college, you can finish
up. There, man. I'm gonna get there. Yeah, I tell you what happens all the time though. Like I'll be channel surfing, and it's on. And I know The Office is probably one of those shows that you don't have to watch in order.
Not really.
But I'm like, oh, it's on. Like I could watch it right now, but I feel like I want to watch it.
There's really like 2 continuous storylines. And it's
the
Jim and Pam. Yeah. And I mean, I guess that's probably it. Michael's search for love is the other long running storyline that you could probably just kind of jump in anywhere. But that's it.
He's hilarious as an actor. He's always funny.
It's a terribly inappropriate show. There are episodes that I can't believe still air on Comedy Central. There's an episode called Gay Witch Hunt.
Oh my God.
And it's stunning that it still airs on television.
Would you put didn't he do like it was supposed to be sensitivity training and he made everybody a different race?
Yeah.
We need to create a playlist for Kenny and just throw like 10 episodes together for him to watch.
That's a good idea.
Like we'll throw Scott's Tots on there.
Oh, Scott, dude, that's the
worst one of all
You
time.
basically have to watch it, but it's one that you can only watch once because it's so cringeworthy. It is by far the worst episode in the history of that show.
We'll throw that one, the dinner party on there too.
Yeah, but dinner parties really funny and enjoyable. Scott's Tots is just like, oh, this is gross.
Some of the things we laugh at in the name of comedy it's interesting because we do it. Like there's jokes that I laugh at that if somebody said it on the street, I'd be like, what? What'd you say to me? The things we laugh at in the name of comedy, man.
It's facts.
It's crazy.
I didn't hear great things about Chappelle, Chris Rock.
I didn't hear anything.
I take that back. I didn't hear great things about Chris Rock. Dave Chappelle is a unique type of comedian.
Yeah.
And he's kind of a one of one. Like Chris Rock could do what Dave does, but he does it in a very different way.
Mm-hmm.
Dave will do 40 minutes and not tell a joke, but he'll talk about something, and then he'll say a few things that'll make you laugh. But there's an underlying story to everything that he's doing.
Right. You feel like he's not telling a joke, even though what he's saying is funny. Feels like he's just talking to you.
Because of Chris Rock's demeanor, you could tell he's setting up a joke. Like the punchline is coming. And I don't, just different people's opinions that maybe that's fallen off a little bit. Once one of the greatest comedians, perhaps still one of the greatest comedians, or not, he still is one of the greatest comedians that's ever lived.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not at his sharpest point right now, but he's definitely one of the greatest comedians that's ever lived.
Hands down. I mean, he's number 2 or 3 in my opinion.
Okay. I wouldn't go 2
on Richard Pryor's name.
Yeah, I would go. I mean, yeah, I'd go Richard Pryor 1. I might go.
Nothing wrong with that.
It's either I feel like the comedy debate is the Jordan LeBron debate, and it's Chappelle or Pryor.
Yeah.
Eddie's run was too short.
But Eddie was like Penny Hardaway.
You talk about inappropriate. Oh man, I watched Delirious maybe 3 years ago. Delirious, yeah, the red leather suit. Oh man. It's comedy or not.
He say some crazy things.
It's
man.
just, it sounds a lot different today than it did then.
He said some crazy things. And I think I told you this like 3 or 4 times. I damn near put Deion Cole in top 3 after his special.
Deion Cole is very funny.
Hard.
Yeah. Deion Cole.
It was hilarious. It was hilarious.
Yeah. Very, very funny. When he's talking about the showers at the hotel, did you see the brand new one?
I didn't see
it's like a couple. Oh, okay. I'll leave it. There's a new one that came out, I think, last week.
I gotta see it now.
Yeah.
The one I saw was when he talked about how the very first joke was like, yeah, man, they used to talk about, I'll give you the moon and the stars. We used to romance these girls. Now they'd be like, I'll give you this.
Yeah. Deion Cole is great. He is phenomenal. Charlie's
hilarious.
Hey, back to the Suns. I didn't hear a single thing about Kevin Hart. Has that happened yet?
Yeah, it was Sunday.
Yeah, I didn't hear.
I didn't hear much about either one of them.
Though. Of course, you can't take your phones in, so no one can take the Instagram video and do all of that stuff. But
yeah, that seems like too big of a venue to do that. I mean, I guess you have to, but hey, you're gonna take away 17,000 phones.
Yeah,
jeez.
I did that. I've only been to one. I've only been to one thing where they did that, and it was a taping of the Oprah Winfrey show. And you have to leave. You've signed like 1 million pieces of paper, and you have to leave not only your phone but your wallet. You're searched. You're through metal detectors. And you're seated at tables basically based on what you're wearing.
Oh, wow.
Because this was near the beginning of like HD. So they wanted like bright colors. And they tell you that they wanted colors that popped on TV. So if you wore something dull, they were going to put you in the, in the back where it's not as lit. But if you had on bright colors, they wanted you out at front. It was a pain in the ass. It was a miserable experience because you also have to wait in line for like 3 hours.
Yeah, that's a lot.
It was a good show. It wasn't like a heavy show. It was one like George Lopez was there. It was a comedy show. It's like George Lopez was there. What was that woman's name who was on Precious? The comedian Monique.
Oh,
Monique was there.
Oh my.
Yeah. But before she went a little crazy
against everybody.
But yeah, Monique was there. So it was a good show though. It was good stuff.
That what you said, and promise after this we'll get to the Suns. I've told you the story.
Everybody's dying to hear about the Suns.
About when a friend of mine, or she was a coworker of mine. She went and saw Prince at Essence. She posted the video, and that's back. This is back when Instagram kind of first started, so it was like a 10-second or 15-second video. Posted it on her Instagram, no caption or anything, That thing got yanked down over Instagram. 10 seconds got yanked down.
Prince don't play.
She didn't even tag nothing. She didn't even say where she was at. It was like a video without a caption. And somehow he found it and said, get that off of here.
That's wild. I remember Prince here. I think it was the second to last time I saw him, but it was in Sacramento. It was at Arco Arena. They wheeled him out in a box because he was going to start the show in the center of the stage. And of course, he's not going to wait underneath the stage while everyone is filing in. So we're kind of sitting there and just waiting for the show to start. And this box rolls by and kind of like watching it, gets over to the stage, sits there for like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, and then it gets wheeled away. And then the lights cut out and the show starts. And it was then we realized, oh, Prince was in the box. They put Prince under the box and wheeled him over to the stage, and the show started with a bang. That was one of my favorite concerts. Prince here at Arco Arena was one of my favorite concerts.
Damn. What a moment.
Suns lost to the Rockets.
And they had no game, the good game. Well, I take that back. Celtics Lakers was a good game, but other than that, the other games were blowouts.
The whole point was they were all good games for the Kings.
Yeah.
And we'll dive into that when we don't spend most of our time talking about the Oprah Winfrey show and some of the different other things that came up here. But I caught something here as I was seeing Sean Cunningham's tweet about Kevin Huerter being questionable tonight. It's DeAndre Ayton says, teams we see on film aren't the teams we play. Teams play harder against us. Oh, man. That's a lot. Chris Paul says on the Suns struggles, we just losing. We're losing. It is what it is. Obviously, it ain't no excuses. We give them a lot of credit for how they played and move on. So two very different approaches to why the Suns are struggling a bit right now. Obviously, the Rockets' loss is a little bit baffling. But as a Kings fan, and we'll get to that Celtics-Lakers game in a couple of minutes, but as a Kings fan, you take all of the losses you can get. Once that game, once the Philadelphia 76ers game was pretty clear, it was like, okay, Houston.
Yeah.
Get this.
We're
Houston.
there.
Get
We're
this
there.
done. Lakers, come on, Celtics. Like, don't blow this.
Pelicans got beat down.
Man, that's
by the Jazz again. When will the Jazz go away?
And that's the West right now, man. That's the West right now.
Yeah.
Let's get Ramsey real quick. 916-909-1320. Ramsey, what's going on, baby?
Not too much. Speaking of the whole comedy, I actually went to Kevin Hart on Sunday.
How was it?
Kevin Hart, for me, just doesn't do it. I mean, it was a big venue. I mean, I had, like, about a month ago, I saw Gary Owen in the Bay Area, and I enjoyed myself much more at Gary Owen's show than I did Kevin Hart.
A lot of people like Gary Owen's show. Queen Bee went and saw Gary Owen. She said he was really good.
Yeah, I mean, Kevin Hart, it's because he's a storyteller, but it takes so long, for me, he takes so long to get to the punchline, and I look at a comedy show, if I can come out remembering some of the lines that the comedian said, it was a good show. I really don't remember anything Kevin Hart said.
Ramsey, where are you driving to right now?
About to go to Yolo County.
What are you passing that you could tell us that you're passing as we speak?
At the moment, I'm passing by UC Davis Med Center.
Okay, well, that's so we need Kevin Huerter's out with a sore ankle. I'm passing by the UC Davis Med Center as we speak. Appreciate you, Ramsey. Thank you, my brother. Drive safe.
Shout out to Ramsey.
Man, Ramsey, stay in that car, boy.
You do, man. You be making moves, man.
It's funny. You could always tell when Ramsey's at home because he's talking a little bit more like this. Because the kids are close. He's using his indoor voices.
I'd be the same way at the house.
I saw. That's why we ain't doing the show from home no more.
Yeah, when I get to talking, she'll be like, "Why are you so loud?" I'll be having to go into the garage and talk to the homies.
Y'all ain't seen it, but I've seen it. Jazz put Kenny in a corner. Like if y'all
definitely in a corner.
They got Jazz put Kenny's recording equipment off in some closet somewhere where if we ever do the show from home, you see Kenny look like he in the middle of a hostage negotiation video.
I'm just trying to survive. Blink twice.
That's all you could do. That's all we could do. We'll take a look at this Western Conference when we return. We mentioned the start of the Kings homestand. It's going to look a little bit different than it did this morning. And we'll explain what we found out when D'Lo and KC come back here on Twitch, on YouTube, on the Odyssey app, on 98.5 FM HD, on 1320 AM, on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. What the hell Ramsey going to Yolo County for?
No.
I don't even know. That's a sentence I ever uttered before. Where you going? Go to Yolo County? Ain't got no reason to be there.
What's in Yolo County?
Isn't that amphitheater out there? Is that where that is?
Is that Yolo County?
I don't know.
Oh, that place is in the middle of nowhere.
That's in Marysville, right? Is
I
that?
think so. I don't know if that's Yolo County or not. Davis and West Sac.
You see Janet's going on tour?
Did I see that? I don't know.
Shoreline,
Where's Shoreline?
Mountain View.
Where's Mountain View? Mountain View is
It's not in Sacramento.
Mountain View is where the casino is, right? Or out that way? Isn't what's that? Is Hard Rock
What
out Mountain
casino?
View?
No, that's
I think
not Lincoln.
because I
The
thought it said
casino's
Hard
in
Rock,
Lincoln.
Hard Rock Mountain View.
Mountain View's by like Santa Clara, those little cities.
Oh,
Is that what
okay.
it's called? I
May-
think
I guess
I
that's
think it's
not
still
it.
called. I thought it was called the Shoreline still.
Yeah. Oh yeah, there it is. Well, Wheezy says Hard Rock Casino is close to that venue. I got
The Hard Rock Casino is close to Shoreline. That's not. That's we got to be talking about two different things.
maybe so. I got upset last night because I saw Scissor's going on tour.
Mm-hmm.
She's going to Oakland, and part of me is like, I'm in protest. I'm not going to any Oakland shows. They need to come to Sacramento, but maybe I won't see anybody if I do that. If it's a weekend, I might go to an Oakland show. Or
Who
a Bay
did
Area show.
I
Did-
just see?
Do we have a date for Janet? What day of the week is that?
I think it was a Friday.
I'll go see Janet.
I was trying to buy tickets this morning to something, but I didn't realize I needed a pre-sale code for it.
I need to know. Somebody needs to let me know. The people need to let me know. Wheatland. Shoreline is Mountain View. Got you. Somebody needs to let me know when Soul Bloom is going on, if it's going on again. Soul Bloom was phenomenal.
Urban Chula Vista Shoreline, Friday, June 16th.
That's not bad. It's summertime too. It's not bad at all.
Mm-mm. I don't know where to get these damn pre-sales from. How much? I don't need that. That's excessive. This is absurd. Official platinum seat, $1,700. Get out of here.
17. Damn.
Get out of here
Damn.
with that.
I mean, Michael, yeah, for the most part, I am. I just, they got to be strategic outings. So if I know now, maybe I can, put in for my PTO for June 16th.
Man, those. Man, those Black Phantoms are cold.
They're tough.
Oh, those new
Those
Travis
are
Scott
tough.
Nike joints are nice.
Woo!
They ain't for me, but man, those are nice.
Those are tough.
If you could pull off black shoes, download the sneakers app. You'll lose, but download it anyways. You never know.
When they come out,
people
they come out
still
this
play
weekend.
the lottery. I just closed it, man. I don't know. I can research for you. It's my job.
I don't know, man. I don't think I could get a pass for these.
The 15th. Well, they're not expensive. It's just a draw, and you're not going to get them, and then they're going to hit the secondary market, and then they're going to get expensive.
Yeah, it's just the fact of just getting another pair of shoes in general.
Yeah, I know the feeling.
I did click notify me though.
We mentioned this earlier. You saw the Draymond Green thing.
Yeah, man. That was a trip. That was a trip. The Warriors all night long were just testy and getting into it with everybody. What, they get 5 technicals yesterday?
Was it that many?
I think they got 5.
Man.
Andre Iguodala got 1 on the bench. But the Draymond Green thing, yeah, I wonder what was said.
I saw the Iggy one. That was kind of funny. It's always funny when someone on the bench gets a technical to me. When someone not even on the floor, like that's funny.
And you know they said something crazy, and they want to be like, "What?
Oh,
what? What?
Right. Right.
Wow. What?
Okay, LeBron. Wow. Wow. Yeah, I saw Draymond post game say the dude said something threatening his life or something life threatening along those lines, and I couldn't tell who he was pointing at. There were a lot of people reacting when he was pointing in that direction, and when the security was walking over there, they didn't grab who I thought they were going to grab and showed that person to the exit. And of course, he's high-fiving everybody on the way out.
He was the man.
Oh, man.
He was the man.
What is that? That was in Milwaukee last night.
Yeah.
Ridiculous. But more importantly, Warriors lost. And if you're trying to find, positives in the Kings losing not only last night, but losing the last 2 games, is that there were losses to be handed out all over the place. You mentioned the New Orleans Pelicans. The Pelicans got beat up. They're sitting in the top spot of the conference right now. You've got, we mentioned Phoenix has lost now, I think 5 straight. Sacramento was 14-12. Technically, they're in the 7th spot, but they have the same amount of losses as the Phoenix Suns and the Portland Trailblazers, who are in the 4th and 5th spot respectively. The games played haven't evened out yet. So I have absolutely zero shame in the Kings getting beat by the New York Knicks and the Philadelphia 76ers and saying, well, go to the scoreboard. Let's go Bucks. Yeah. Let's go Celtics. Absolutely. Let's go every Eastern Conference team. Hell, if the Spurs want to squeak out a win too, if the Spurs and Thunder and Rockets want to grab a win along the way, man, I'm all for it.
Hell, Tyrese, do what you do tonight. Do what you do.
I do not like Tyrese's look right now.
What you mean?
He was on the his off the court look.
Okay.
He hit the the socials yesterday. He's riding them the baggy pant, the wide bell bottoms, like that's and that is just a comeback I was not mentally prepared for.
Yeah.
You missing me with that one.
I'm not ready to go there either.
Not only are they're not just like bell bottoms, because like 70s like dancing machine bell bottoms, they hug a little higher and then flare out. These are baggy and then manage to flare out. I don't even know what you call those.
Yeah, these are trash. These are trash. And this is not an indictment on Tyrese. My guy, Malik Monk, I've seen him do it. He's a little more bell bottoms-ish, but I've seen him do it too. They're all trying to bring it back. SGA's on that.
It's like there was a meeting.
I
feel like there was a meeting before the NBA season started, and they were like, "Yo, what trend can we bring back?"
I'm not feeling it.
And someone blurted out, "Yo, you think if we start rocking bell bottoms, everyone else will?"
But like you said, these aren't even bell bottoms. Like I could see bell bottoms. I could see that maybe happening. These are just overly sized.
It's like the
2000s
mixed with the 70s. No, because the bottom flares out. I don't think the bottom is straight.
No, they straight. I'm looking at Tyrese right now. Like
with the flannel shirt.
No, this is one with he's got a jacket on.
But it's not
It's
that
like a cream jacket.
Oh, okay. No, that's not the one he had on.
Oh, okay.
I think it was last night.
Yeah, these are Ramsey straight leg pants.
Oh man, straight legs. What do we? All right. Oh man, God bless it. Those are gigantic. What are we doing? I can't believe this is back. Look, did you watch the slow motion video of him walking?
Yeah.
And oh man, we've got to stop this. We've got to stop this.
Man.
I like the jacket.
Though. I'm big time.
I really
fashion.
like that jacket.
Yeah, jacket is dope. I'm fashion forward. I like people taking chances and doing different things with fashion, but I can't go for that. No.
Maybe that's what Hall & Oates were talking about.
Baggy
pants. Aldrin J says, I love the baggy pant movement. Like, man, we're bringing it back, man. Like somewhere Russell Simmons is like, restarting Fat Farm and Rockaware is on its way back. And
it's ugly.
Nietzsche and
it's ugly. It's ugly. It really is ugly. And I didn't feel that way with the slim jeans, the skinny jeans. I was just like, okay, I like it. I'll rock it. The baggy, I can't go for that. It's trash. It's trash. I'm not feeling it.
And then there's no way that the bottoms don't like hit the ground and then come back all dirty.
And once again,
and then you get
I'm I want my shoes to be seen. I like my shoes.
That's facts.
So why am I gonna throw the whole jean over the shoe?
Yeah, I ain't gonna do that.
No,
it ain't gonna be me. Ain't gonna be me.
If they try to do that, it's all about summertime now. Let's just go back to the shorts because these baggy jeans or baggy pants, trash. What I will rock though, I got to get a pair. The pleather or the leather pants. Get some of those.
Yeah, those I firmly agree. Yeah. Those are.
Give me some of those.
Leathers back with
before summer. Before summer comes back.
I definitely need the fake leather though. I don't want real leather. There'd be a lot of sweating and uncomfortable things happening. Like I need a leather jogger. If you find a leather jogger, tag me on Twitter. I need to see it. But the Kings sit at 14-12. That's good for the 7th spot. A win tonight flips the script for them. Like they're right back into the top 6. But there's nothing. Don't let anybody shame you into believing that you can't scoreboard watch in the middle of December.
That's exactly what I'm doing. I've been doing it since November.
Nothing wrong with it.
I've been doing it since November.
And there is a slate of NBA games tonight. Sure, I'll be a Pacers fan. They're taking on the Golden State Warriors tonight.
Let's go, Tyrese. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Do what you do.
Portland and San Antonio.
Oh, come on. Come on, Keldon Johnson. Do what you do.
Dallas and Cleveland.
Oh, let's go. Evan Mobley, my boy. Let's do what you do.
Denver and Washington.
Come on, Porzingis. Do what you do.
And
revenge game. Let's go.
Okay. Clippers and Timberwolves.
Come on, man. I was about to say it really.
I was going to say, yeah.
But,
it really doesn't. I mean, Minnesota's
Minnesota,
13-14.
They ain't going nowhere, so they can win. Minnesota ain't going nowhere.
You think they're out of the play-in?
I don't think they're making it.
So you got Utah in, or you got?
It looks like it. I think right now, and we're almost 30 games in. I mean, they ain't going nowhere. I think Utah's better than Minnesota.
Utah is. I mean, the Kings are 26 games in. Utah is they're 30 games in.
That's a lot.
They're 16-14.
But and
that's a healthy sample size. Like I feel like with San Antonio, it was like, all right, that was cute. They're done. Clearly, like they're done. Utah has not hit a fall like that at all. They've obviously come back down to earth a little bit from where they were. But they haven't fallen at all.
No, not at all. They're right there. I mean, they're above 500 still. They're winning big games, at home and being competitive on the road. There's something I was thinking about yesterday while watching that game and the way the game was being played. And Drapes and Katie were talking about that. Do you believe in the Eastern Conference style of basketball thing? And if you do, why is that?
The Eastern Conference style of basketball, that it's heavier defensively,
it's more physical, it's slower. Like it felt like it was that way in the 90s.
Yeah.
But like, why is that? Because James Harden is from Los Angeles.
Right.
So Well, why is it when he gets
And
to
hasn't-
Philly, it's just
and
I've got to muck it up.
Well, he's only played in the Eastern Conference for a couple of years too. I don't think that's a thing anymore. I mean,
The teams do play that
Like-
way, though.
what are we acting like? Boston can't score 150?
Yeah, Boston may be the exception though, because you think about all the and
Milwaukee's capable of scoring.
I'm just clearly guessing right now. I can go
Okay.
look, but it feels like a lot of those top teams defensively are in the Eastern Conference.
Well, I think we looked at, we were talking to Will Z the other day, and I think it was yesterday.
Mm-hmm. Before the
Milwaukee, Cleveland, Philadelphia. I don't think that was the right order, but in terms of defensive rating, those were the teams that were up there.
And when I see that, I think physical play. I think a physical play. I mean, top 5 is all Eastern. No, I take that back. The Clippers are in there, but it's Cleveland, Milwaukee, Philly, Clippers, and Miami. Defensive points per game allowed. So obviously, people are talking rating and all. I didn't get into rating, but points per game allowed. You've got, like I mentioned, those 5. Then it's Toronto, Dallas, Brooklyn somehow, some way, New Orleans, and Phoenix. So I guess it's like 5 and 5.
I guess that's. I mean, there's enough evidence there to support it. It's weird that the top scorer in the league is in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
He's on one of those top 3 defensive teams.
But he plays a certain way though, right? So he's not getting up and down. And maybe that's what it is, the big man, right? Because like they're not running and gunning and shooting threes and getting up and down, quote unquote Western Conference style of basketball style with Joel Embiid. They're gonna walk it up, get it into JoJo, and let him score. And
So
Milwaukee's getting the ball into Giannis, although he gets an open court too, but I don't know.
But are we really just focused on? Well, I guess Cleveland too. Boston. Well, all right. There's enough. There's enough there because New York. I would say New York, but that's not because it's the Knicks. It's because who their coach is, and their coach is coached in the Western Conference too. Right, so it's not. Right. I don't know. I mean, I guess there's some merit to it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just asking the question. I feel like no. I feel like there's no merit to it, but it feels like it all points these guys play a different style of basketball.
that just has strong 80s basketball was different vibes. Right. Then you realize no, it's not. But it's no coincidence, at least I don't think it is, that Boston, Milwaukee, and probably Philadelphia too, Cleveland maybe on the outskirts a little bit of this conversation. Those are 3 very, very heavy title favorites. Mm-hmm. Well, of course they're going to be good defensively. Mm-hmm. Sneaky fact is Golden State was good defensively. Mm-hmm. Their offense was so electric it got all of the attention, but their defense was very good.
Yeah,
you have to. There's got to be a balance of both. But I don't know why we get hung up on that. Mm. But for those who don't know, by the way, it doesn't get any easier for the Kings tonight. The Toronto Raptors are a top 10 defensive team.
I'm once again going by points per game, the old archaic points per game allowed, but they're 6.
And defensive rating, I'm going Will Z article over on ESPN 1320, 10th. So
yeah, that's a good defensive team. They're long on the perimeter. And, they play good defense. It's like
dealing with a sophomore class.
Man, I swear. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by the Lashers Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
I was going to say they're long on the perimeter and inside.
Bro, you need to go to detention or something.
It's the Chatty House's fault, man.
Don't put this on them.
I'm just talking basketball, man.
Them.
I'm just talking basketball, man. It's the Chatty House's fault, man.
Why don't you talk about girth now while you're at it? Grow up.
Grow up.
Guess we know who Kenny was in biology class.
Jeez.
It's the Chatty House's fault, man. I'm just trying to do my job.
Chatty House ain't do nothing. You
Look
said
at
it.
him. Look at him
You
now.
said it and started laughing immediately before the Chatty House even had a chance to respond.
They're in my head.
Chatty House is going corporate, man. You better be careful. I heard Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com talking about the Chatty
Button
House.
it up, Chatty House. Button it up.
No, you button it up. Blame this. Fade the heat to the Chatty House. Goodness gracious.
But Toronto is
whatever the Kings' struggles
Yeah.
are, they better figure it out.
they got to shoot the 3 ball and make it. They shot it. They're actually shooting the 3. Yes, they're not making it. I asked earlier about what was going on with like how many of the shots were open yesterday because I felt like they were all contested. Will Z pointed out earlier, he said the Kings went 8 of 39 on, that's 20.5%, 8 of 39 on open and wide open threes last night. That can't happen.
Goodness gracious.
That can't happen.
I absolutely thought that stat was a mistake. 8 of 39. They shot 10 of 42.
So if
That
that's
means 39 of their 42 shots were open or wide open.
and they couldn't hit none of them.
Oh man.
So like I talked about it earlier. I mean, that's to me, this is just my outlook on that's how they got to win games. They got to hit the 3 ball. They got to hit the 3. And if they're not shooting them or they're not making them, they're going to have a hard time winning these games.
Good call from Rob W. Toronto is on the first game of a 3-game homestand. So
there we go.
It's going to be a tough.
It's
going to be a tough game for Toronto. You know that first game home. It's a tough one.
Let me see real quick.
It's a tough one.
I'm gonna pull up that schedule. It was only a 2-game road trip.
Well, you know that first one back though. It's tough.
And they lost the last one of a back-to-back. And well, no, it wasn't a back-to-back. It was a 2-game set. But it was the last game of that quick 2-game road trip. They lost the last one.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's the first one. Those are 2 tough games.
2 tough games.
Yeah. All right, we got a chance.
Kings are right. Oh, well, nope. The Kings got the second night of a back-to-back. I was
Oof.
like, there's no built-in NBA excuse, but nope, it's the second night of a back-to-back. It's the customs game. You had to go through. You had to go through customs. Jeez, that Will Z stat is
That
bugging
can't
the hell out of me.
happen. That can't happen.
What is it? I hope you understand the question I'm asking because I'm rehearsing it in my head and it sounds stupid.
No question is stupid.
No, you'll see yesterday's conversation with Jason Jones.
No question is stupid.
I guess couldn't have let off with it. Hey, Jason, what's it mean that the Kings have De'Aaron Fox back? I don't know, jackass. Their best player is back. Like, what do you think it means? In which Jason was kind enough to not answer me that way. Is it really as simple as just making and missing a shot? Like, do you think they're rushed because of? Now I'm asking you this question as a ball player. Like, do you get rushed when you're going against a better defense? Are you thinking about the defense? Are you thinking about things that aren't there because you know what you've seen on tape and you know how they defend a certain way? Or is it simply making or missing?
For my thought on it is, number one, to answer your question, yes. Like when you go up against a good defensive team, a physical team, it speeds you up. We talk about that in a number of different sports, football, basketball, speeding you up. You're still maybe getting the same looks, but either the threat of
you're thinking about it differently.
Yeah, it's just kind of speeding you up. The tempo of the game is speeding you up. So that can affect you. The other thing about that is like if you get an open look, but you had to work so hard to get open, that it throws you off a little bit. Maybe takes your legs away from you just a little bit. So, yeah.
But there was one yesterday where Kevin Huerter didn't work to get open, and he was just standing in the corner all along.
Yeah, he had time to autograph it.
He was there for like 45 minutes.
Missed it. And then
twice.
Another one, yeah. He got another
twice.
One next time down court, did the same thing. So, but it could also be a situation where if you're working so hard, even throughout the game, like that throws you off when you do get a look like that from Kevin Huerter. Like you don't have the same bounce. You're not comfortable because, you've been working for the last 2.5 quarters trying to get a good look. That throws you off sometimes a little bit too. So all those things definitely could be the case with their shooting woes. I think right now, Will Z had a stat. I got to look for it on Twitter. I just don't think they're a good shooting team away from. I think everything right now, a lot of stuff, I shouldn't say everything, is home and road with this team. They feel so much more comfortable and confident in front of the Golden One Center crowd and at home. Their numbers bear it out. The bounce they have in their step bears it out. What we see with our two eyes bears out. They are supremely confident and comfortable at home. On the road, it doesn't look that way. It looks like they're whether sped up, rushed, lethargic, no legs, whatever. They don't look as comfortable on the road, and that's kind of what it's come down to a little bit. They just right now they are not a team that can play the same way on the road that they do at home.
I believe this was the Will Z tweet that you were looking for. The Kings have been a much better shooting team at home this year. 3-point percentage in 12 home games, 39%. 3-point percentage in 14 away games, 32.6%.
That seems like a steep drop off.
That 6.4% difference is the second largest in the NBA.
Wow.
Only the Wizards have a bigger discrepancy in their home and away shooting splits. Really good news for next Friday's game.
Really good news for next Friday's game and for the next 3 weeks.
Yeah, right. Well, really good news on the Kings front that they shoot better at home. Really good news that one of their opponents is the only team that's worse on the road in shooting threes than they are.
If they hit more than 5 threes on Friday, I'm going to be upset.
Well, you can be there in person to see the Washington basketball team attempt to hit threes against the Sacramento Kings. We'll have tickets for you coming up a little bit over an hour from now.
I was about to say, I'm going to say right now on air, we got to talk to Q on Thursday.
Okay.
Because Wizards are in town.
Yeah.
Commander football team is in at Levi's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. We do that. That's a good call. Hey, Q. See if he gives us the time of day.
Q or Sheena. I remember Sheena does some stuff with the Commanders too.
I forgot we're off next Friday. I was like, why wouldn't we do that Friday?
Yeah.
That's why
I wouldn't even think about that either.
Q on Batty Thursday. Boy, there's a good chance next Thursday's show could be one for the books. Just
Batty
guest.
Thursday about to go crazy.
Just guest after guest after guest after guest. Man, that 6.4% drop. That's such a. It's the same basketball court.
Yeah.
And in some cases, it's teams that you've played at home.
Mm-hmm.
You've seen the defensive looks, like you know what you're getting, or you at least have an idea of what you're getting. The fact that there's that big of a drop off, and you see those, those back to back. I think they were back to back. If not, they were really close to each other. Those two Kevin Huerter corner threes, man, those stick out in yesterday's game. And I think even Mark said it, or Drape said it last night. Yeah. When those types of things happen, maybe it's just not your night.
Yeah.
When you're missing shots like that wide open, maybe it's just not your night.
Will Z, I'll ask for another question. I think you might have answered this a couple of days.
But gonna have to start
when they make 12 or more threes, I wonder what the record is.
Yeah, they did not hit your required number of threes yesterday. They hit 10. Yeah, they were 10 of 42. Now, spoiler alert, 12 of 42. Wouldn't have done it.
Yeah.
But point being, they did not hit your number yesterday, and they didn't hit my number either. 10 3-pointers made, 21 assists. We had mentioned some numbers that Will Z looked at over the course of the last 4 games. We'll give those to you when we preview the Kings and Raptors. But man, they're glaring. They went from first to worst quick in a lot of these categories.
Can I stall out De'Aaron a little bit on the assist thing? Just a little bit.
I didn't mean to call out De'Aaron, but sure.
No, I don't think you were. But we were talking about it earlier when we said he only had 1 assist, and I think you said Deuce was talking about it was a little overrated.
The team. I think he said the team stat assist was overrated.
But I kind of wish people would tell the whole story.
Oh my.
13 and 6 when they make 12 or more threes. So make 12 or more threes. They would have won last night. They would have made 12.
That's they would have been 13-7 had they made 12 or more threes last night.
But you know, I think that also has to come into play the fact that De'Aaron isn't the primary distributor. You know, like because
Sure.
we show a lot of love for Sabonis initiating the offense and running things through him and being a distributor. Not saying that De'Aaron 1 assist is acceptable, but it doesn't seem like he's going to have a lot of 6+ assist nights.
Okay. I think you are stalling him out a little bit. And and I'll explain why. And just so we don't for context, we'll come back and we'll talk more about this. We'll preview the Raptors game. James Ham coming up at the top of the hour, plus tickets to see the Kings on December 23rd. For context, De'Aaron had 1 assist last night. And I think that's important for this overall conversation, which we'll have when we return with Dylan Casey on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right.
Weezy, no 13th round today, guys. Weezy, yeah, it feels like it might have been that TD game. That's a good question. That's also true as well, Tyler. We'll talk about that. I mean, Will Z, once again, what's the potential De'Aaron Fox assist looking like? Ashton, what's up, man? I think is keep listening. It's coming soon. It's coming soon. Oh man. I don't think that's the case, Rob W. He didn't miss it, did he, Jesse? We haven't done the tickets, have we? Rob W. What a jackass. Don't be a jerk, Rob W. Oh, we appreciate you too, Ashton. Jay Hardaway, what up, man? Out there in Atlanta. In the ATL. That's funny, Dr. David. I look at that number and I say, you know, you don't expect every potential assist to happen. So I say he probably should have 4 last night. Averaging 11. He should probably have about 7 to 8 assists tonight. I think he's at 5. Oh, Jay Hardaway, you got to pull up to that Wizards game, bro. The Wizards game's on the 23rd, man. You got to pull up. I'm going to try and get to that Lakers game. I'm going to try. I got some negotiating I got to do, but I'm going to try and get to that Lakers game. I don't know how it's going to go. I'm going to try and get to the Lakers game, but I'll be at the Wizards game, man. So everybody try to get there, man. That's going to be a good one. Hey, man, we appreciate you, Alderic. I think that's how you say it, man. Appreciate you, man. Thank you, brother. LSG radio, I should say. Nah, y'all don't know about LSG, man. Y'all don't know about LSG. Malik had 30 against the Suns. All right. Whoa. Who is it? Is this against the Kings? Oh no, he just always does this. This is our boy Dev in the lab has a new video on Reggie Jackson. He starts off with the travel that is crazy. Yeah, man, you missed it. But you can go back and check it out. But I'll tell you, man, I'm really happy with it. I'm really happy with it. That was big time get for Farhan. He had to do it, and he got it done, man. So I'm happy with it, and I can't wait to see Correa. And I hope this is the start of something really nice with free agents. Man, I don't think it'll happen. I'd love to see him go get Rondon again. Go bring him back. I don't think it's going to happen, though. That Reggie Jackson, that first clip with him traveling, that's crazy. That's Westbrook life.
Oh man, that's good. I saw that on your. You want to be a part of the show? You can. 916-909-1320. I want to dive right back into what we were talking about a minute ago. You were saying you wanted to stall De'Aaron Fox out a little bit for his assist number last night. And you said with Sabonis being the primary distributor, being the primary facilitator, maybe it's not that big of a deal that his assist number is low and he's not going to have a lot of 6+ assist games. Fair? Fine. But you got to have like 4 or 5 because that's what he was averaging earlier this year.
Well, much like Fred, my teammate Fred said about Penny back in 01, he said 1 point for De'Aaron Fox, 1 assist.
Fred getting back-to-back mentions here on D-Lo and KC. Shout out to Fred.
1 assist. No, I understand that. I had Will Z pull up something.
They didn't shoot great. Yes, they shot so many threes too.
Well,
I wonder how many of those came from De'Aaron.
Well, that's the other thing. Somebody said it's hard to get assists when people aren't making shots.
Right.
And Will Z brought up during the break, he said Fox had 6 potential assists. Only 1 of them went through. On the season, he's averaging 11.4. So I look at something like that, and this is just me, doing Kenny math, right? Let's say, 6 potential assists. He should have had probably 3 or 4 last night.
3 or 4 assists.
Yeah. 11 on the season. He should probably be averaging around 6 or 7 assists, which I think he's averaging 5 or something on the season. But I would say 7. He should be averaging 7 assists. But an assist is that is a tricky stat as well. You know what I mean? Because all you can do is get somebody the ball and an opportunity to score.
Yeah.
So, and if the offense is to get threes, and we talked about how many wide open threes they got yesterday, you can make the argument that Sabonis and Fox were doing their job as far as getting people open. They're getting them open looks. And then, they got to be able to cash in.
Speaking of assists, we've alluded to this, but don't know that we've flat out said it. LaMelo Ball expected to make his return.
Hey, welcome
tonight
back, Melo,
for the Charlotte Hornets, which changes the complexion of Monday's game a little bit because Sacramento Kings, that first game back home, they take on the Charlotte Hornets. They got it's the Hornets on Monday, it's the Lakers on Wednesday, it's the Wizards on Friday. So, sounds like LaMelo Ball will be here at the Golden One Center on Monday.
Yeah. So there's never it's never easy game in the association.
No,
so much talent in this league.
Friday's not easy.
Nope.
And tonight's gonna be tough. Another tough defensive team. Another very, very, very well coached team, and a team that's hovering around 500. They're 13-14 right now.
Mm-hmm. And we joke about it a lot, but this is a potentially difficult situation. You get in early in the morning. You're playing second night of a back-to-back. We joke about it, but there is something to that.
Yeah, there's no shoot around today. Your routine is different on the second night. And
what are those legs looking like? As far as are you going to have the legs in the second night of a back-to-back? And you're playing against a team that, like you mentioned, is kind of up and down, but I think they're desperate. to try and turn some things around. They've just lost 2 games in a row in Orlando. I'm sure they're thinking, hey, and it's not even really about the Kings, but we're back home. Let's come on. Let's get back to what we do. So it's a tough little situation for the Kings, and they've got to be able to fight through some stuff to hopefully get that W.
The Kings are still the Kings until they prove against every team that they're not. Right? They're come on, guys. We got the Kings coming in here. Come on now. We've got to get this thing. They talking about trading Pascal and OG. Come on, man. We can't have that. Who do they think we are?
Right.
We got to get out there and work.
Yeah.
Tough one ahead tonight for sure. We'll go over some of those numbers in just a couple of minutes. I did want to mention this because we've talked about it a number of times. The WNBA will not be announcing an expansion team before the end of this year, as they previously believed that they would. I know that's disappointing to a lot, and while a lot of people, while this isn't an official list, Nashville, the Bay Area, and I say the Bay Area because there are rumors that both Oakland and San Francisco are interested in a franchise.
That would be a travesty if that happened. It really would.
The Bay Area?
Yeah, but if San Francisco and Oakland got a team?
No, I don't. No, I'm sorry. I don't think San Francisco and Oakland are getting a team.
Okay.
I think San Francisco and Oakland are both interested in a team.
Either one of those two. Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Because I think the two groups are different. I think Elena Beard leads that Oakland group. And I don't know if it's speculation or accurate that Joe Lacob has always had interest in San Francisco. The WNBA have wanted a Bay Area team for a long time, dating back to when the Maloofs made that call to the league saying we're out, like effective right now. They tried to get someone in the Bay Area to take the Monarchs immediately, and Joe and Gavin, I think, gave them, I think it was 7 days to get it pulled together, and shockingly, it didn't happen.
That's crazy. If they went to the Bay Area, man, I don't know if I'd be a fan of that team. I'm just keeping it real. A little too close to home.
Well, if the WNBA gets a Bay Area team, we're not.
That's what I mean.
They're not going to have them.
That's what that represents to me. That's probably why I'd be a little salty. I would, in certain situations, football, baseball. Oh yeah, that's my Giants, Niners. That's my team. I can't do that in the NBA, and I don't think I'd be able to do that in the WNBA.
Okay,
I'd probably stay with Washington and Vegas. Those are my teams.
I'm with that. I get it. That's tough, though. There were a lot of Bay Area residents that were Sacramento Monarchs season ticket holders. So that's tough. Portland and Toronto are two other cities that, and I know Toronto, Nashville, and Oakland, I think, have a couple of the strongest bids. I'm not sure what the hang-up is. I thought they were pretty confident as to what direction they were going. So it's really disappointing to hear that they're not announcing an expansion team this year, and she wouldn't commit, the commissioner of the WNBA wouldn't commit to it being announced by the end of 2023 either.
That's crazy, man. That's a trip. I don't know.
And the money's there. Like it's very public. The money's there.
Yeah, the money's there. I think the interest is there. The talent is there.
And that's the thing. Like you don't announce an expansion team, you're knocking out another group of really, really talented women from playing in this league. So, right? Yeah.
Oh, it's maybe not that many because they don't have as many teams, but it's probably another 30 to 40 players.
Yeah, you're knocking out some good ball players.
Yeah.
So disappointing to read that this morning.
Which is kind of crazy too, because I know it doesn't change everything, but you're knocking out some players right in lieu of everything that would happen with BG. And I know she was already a WNBA player and felt the need to have to go over there. That wouldn't change if you added some teams until the actual pay in the WNBA changes. But some people that are going to be completely out of a job are going to go over there immediately to, maybe not Russia specifically. But that's the whole thing about BG, is the fact that she felt like she didn't feel like she had to go over there because she wasn't getting the same amount of money with the WNBA. You send in another 30 players.
I think
over
the
there.
issue is, though, the money's not even close. Like, expansion or not expansion, like, the money's not close. Diana Taurasi's been a millionaire for years because of what she's gotten overseas. The WNBA, I think WNBA max contracts have nearly doubled, and it's still like, I don't know the exact number, and I feel like it's doubled within the last handful of years. I think it's like 200,000, and that's a fine living to make, especially over a summer. But when
compare that to what they make in
when someone
Belgium
comes
or
to you and says,
something
"Yeah,
like
no, that's cool, 200,000," come over here, you make 1.2
Yeah.
on top of that 200,000. Or if you're, a different tier player and you're making 80,000, you have the opportunity to go play in one of these other leagues and make 150 or 200,000, and now you're playing basketball year round for $300,000. Like, the WNBA is a long, long way away from catching up to what those people overseas play.
This is crazy.
And a lot of those overseas leagues are shady. Like, they're done. Those leagues were put together for gambling purposes. They wanted something to gamble on, so they put together these leagues. And I can't remember the guy's name, but he was the guy who was murdered. He changed the way salary structures are over there. He was like, "No, I want the best." Who's the best? Well, Diana Taurasi's the best. Cool, I want her. How much is it going to cost? $1 million? Give her $1 million. Who's the second best? Well, I'm just saying a name. Tamika Catchings, great. Give her $1 million. Give her whatever they want. Give them whatever, because I want my team to be the absolute best, and I want to win that trophy every year.
He was the George Steinbrenner of women's basketball.
Yeah, even shadier than George Steinbrenner.
Jeez.
Even shadier. So the Sacramento Kings are in Toronto tonight. Will Z posted an article over on ESPN 1320's website, and we noted, KC, that it's another top 10 defense that they're going against. Sixth best when it comes to points allowed for their opponents. 10th in defensive rating. What really stood out in Will Z's article to me, man, was their numbers over this the first 4 games of this 6-game homestand have plummeted in a major, major way. They are down 15.3 points per game.
That's bad.
They're down 8 assists per game, and they rank last in that category. Prior to the road trip, they were near the top. Over this 4 games, though, if you just isolate this last 4 games, they're last in the league. And they have just been a completely different team, despite the fact that they got one of their most exciting wins of the season on this trip. They've been a completely different team on this trip.
Yeah.
Especially offensively.
Yeah. I mean, that's, maybe I just pay attention a little bit more to the offensive side of the ball. I don't know, but that's been the disappointing thing is offensively, they just haven't been able to muster up much of anything during this road trip. And I think a lot of that goes back to, what we talked about earlier with this team, road and home. There's splits there. I just don't think it's a team on the road that plays with the same bounce, plays with the same confidence and the same production night in and night out as they do when they play at home. So I hope that changes tonight.
Yeah, and I get that. It's just, man, that's a 15-point drop off. We mentioned earlier a 6.4% drop off in 3-point percentage. Like, I get a fluctuation. I get like, oh, you dip a little bit on the road. You're falling off the cliff when you leave the Golden One Center.
Well, think about it like this: that's 5 threes. I don't know, Will Z. I don't know what the number of threes they're hitting at home and on the road, but I'm sure it's probably close to 3 or 4 or 5. They're hitting 3 or 4 or 5 more at the Golden One Center threes than they are on the road. And let's not say it's a full 5. Say, you got to account. There's probably going to be some type of dip between road and home for your points per game. Man, hit 3 more threes than what you're hitting currently. And you're not that far. You're not 15 points off. Maybe you're 6-7 points off, but they just have not shot the 3 ball well. I don't know. Maybe I harp on it too much, but I just really feel like for the story of this particular team, the way they shoot threes is extremely vital to their overall performance and for wins and losses.
So at what point do you figure something else out, though? Or at what point do you attempt to figure something else out? At what point do you try to recreate the magic you had against Phoenix? By the way, a game in which you lost, but you didn't shoot the volume of threes, nor make the volume of threes in that game, but you were still extremely competitive. You shot a really high field goal percentage, and you still, I would argue, Mike Brown would still say, while not pleased with the loss, we still played our style of basketball against them.
Well, here's the thing that I wonder, and I'm not sure. I don't know if they have the people to play that type of basketball night in and night out. When you talk about being able to do that, off the top of my head, I just had that up in front of me, but I thought they shot a lot of free throws that night too, didn't they?
Against Phoenix?
Yeah.
I can get you that number.
They only shot 18. So it's not a whole lot. But, to be able to put that type of number up without making threes, you got to have shot creators that can get to the cup. You got to have an inside presence, I feel, and you got to be able to shoot a lot of free throws.
10 assists for Domas in that game, 5 for De'Aaron, 8 for Malik Monk. Maybe it's the 8 that's a bigger difference than the 5.
Right. That all your creators were involved with creating, so to speak, there. Now, Malik had 30, so some of I'm pretty sure of the 15 assists from Domas and De'Aaron Fox, probably a lot of them went to Malik, who was hitting.
Sure.
But I don't know if they have that type of roster to recreate that consistently. I think this roster was put together to be a lethal 3-point shooting team. And they revolve around De'Aaron Fox creating and Sabonis creating. And when you ask them to, do like Keegan Murray's they don't ever really take the ball to the cup. Mm-hmm. He's a catch and shoot type guy. Kevin Huerter's a catch and shoot type guy. Like where are those points inside the 3-point line going to come from? De'Aaron, Sabonis sometimes don't shoot enough.
He does not shoot enough.
Maybe Harrison, maybe. But other than that, you got a bunch of jump shooters, which isn't a bad thing, but I think that lends itself to a certain style of play.
I was just asking myself in my head, was Harrison Barnes on the floor last night? He was. No knock on Harrison.
Yeah, like 15 or something.
He was 4 of 12. Like the Kings offensively were so gone. It doesn't. It's not a knock on Harrison or Keegan or De'Aaron. Like
nobody was. Sabonis played well, but
it just wasn't there. But he did. And it was ineffective.
Mm-hmm.
They just completely ineffective. So he could have scored 30 points. Again, he could have scored 30 points and the Kings could have hit 13 threes. It wouldn't have mattered last night.
Mm-hmm.
There just wasn't enough. Will Z did answer your question. I'm sure you saw that. 14.3 made threes at home, 12.4 on the road, 12 during their last 4 games.
12 total during their last 4 games? Made threes? That can't be right.
No, I'm guessing 12 per.
Over the last 12. 4 games. Okay.
Got to get back going. Got to get going again tonight. It's fine to me that there's a drop off, and we haven't. It's not like we don't analyze the Toronto Raptors or the Los Angeles Lakers or the Boston Celtics or Golden State Warriors the same way we do the Sacramento Kings. But I'd be willing to bet there's at least some sort of percentage drop off, points per game drop off, 3 points, 3-point percentage drop off, assists per game drop off. I'm sure there's a drop off for everyone from their home arena to the road arena. It just feels like the Kings drops on this road trip have been really drastic. And I don't know if it's just a bad stretch of basketball compounded by their fact that they're on the road, or if it's the fact that they're on the road that's leading to a tough stretch of basketball. Because right now we have, not that they weren't competitive in the Cleveland game, they certainly were, but we have like 4 minutes of Cleveland Cavaliers basketball to really hang our hat on so far in this 4-game road trip.
Yeah.
And that's tough. And again, I don't think they were bad against the Bucks either.
No. No, I don't think so either. It was just a moment in time where they didn't get the job done. I do think whether it's PTSD, as some people have said, or whatever, we are like heightened. Oh my gosh, here we go again.
Yep.
The other shoe has dropped or anything. When in reality, they played the Cleveland game without what I think is their best player. Still found a way to win. No, we talked about the Milwaukee game wasn't that bad. The Knicks game, once again, was without their best player, and they didn't play well. And then last night, they played a top team and didn't shoot the ball very well.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, we can even I'll count the Knicks game, even though they didn't have their best player. I'll count the Knicks game and say they played 2 bad games on this 6-game road trip.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the craziest thing in the world.
Mm-hmm.
Like, this is the NBA. This is life in the NBA. You know, I think there's a that when you talk about are we panicking or that's what I always come back to. It's been 2 games where they didn't play well, and they were not going to play good games for 82 games. They were, not saying that resulted in a win or anything. But when we talked about, man, they lost, but I thought they played really well the other night. That wasn't going to happen in every loss. There are going to be some losses where they get stomped out, where they don't play well, where they don't shoot well. These 2 games aren't the end of it. Like, they're going to play another probably 10 games where, man, they just didn't show up. Adrian Brunner, man, they got cooked. All right, it's going to happen.
And just don't let it be tonight. And
it might be tonight, though.
It
might be tonight, and
could
that's not an indictment on what this team is or who they're going to be this year. And I know you're not saying that, but some people are feeling that way. Like, if they have a bad stretch on this road trip, like,
you don't want too many of these games to pile on top of each other. That's been my, like, it's fine that it happened last night. It's happened 2 times in a row. All right. It's not the end of the world. It's not the end of the world if it happens 3 times in a row.
Mm-hmm.
There's going to be a reaction if they lose Friday.
Yeah,
there's going to be a reaction if they lose Friday. But I still, okay, I'm going to amend something I've been saying. The Kings can compete with every team that they step on the floor with. Maybe they can't beat every team that they step on the floor with, but they can compete with them. Well, and it's not even the Philadelphia game that makes me, maybe that's wrong. It's the Bucks game, because the Bucks game to me was just a reminder of how good those upper echelon teams are. Now, there's only a couple. There's maybe, there might only be 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
And Boston's one of them. Milwaukee's one of them. I do think Philadelphia is one of them.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that there's another one outside of that, like a truly upper echelon team. I don't think the Pelicans are that. I think the Pelicans are playing well.
Mm-hmm.
I clearly Phoenix can be had, as they're dealing with right now after being had 5 times in a row, including most recently by the Houston Rockets. But I think when you're in a tight game in the final 4 minutes against a team like Milwaukee or Boston, you're not going to win that game.
I'm pretty sure they're not going to win that game on the road. See, that's the thing. When they come home, I think they can beat anybody.
But we own Cleveland, baby. we own Cleveland. Those are the rules.
Cleveland.
We're taking
We own you.
We're taking Cleveland's trophy home. Those are the rules. You lose twice, we take the trophy home.
Yeah. I think, but I and this is where, like I said, maybe I'm making too much of it. But until I see something different, I think it's a drastically different team, more confident team at home than they are on the road. There's a lot of teams. There's a lot of.
But can you get by
contenders.
just on that?
Get by? What do you mean? Like, what do you mean by get by?
So,
Can you make the playoffs that way? Absolutely.
Playoffs.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. If you're a really good home team and you struggle at home, or excuse me, you struggle a little bit, and they don't even really struggle on their own. They're 2 games under 500 on the road.
Mm-hmm.
If they finish the season 2 games under 500 on the road, that's great. That is great. So if you can have that pace, absolutely, you can be a playoff team, not just playing.
6-8 and 8-4 are the splits, the away and home splits.
Yeah, you keep that up. I mean, I guess they probably get you 2 games over 500 for the season, but I mean that's probably in the playoffs. I think that's not even playing. I think that's in the playoffs.
And that's really what this all boils down to, is just keeping pace with what's happening in the rest of the Western Conference. If you drop a couple, fine. You drop 2 in a row, fine. You drop 3 in a row, all right. It sucks. Hope Portland loses and Phoenix loses and the Clippers and Utah, all someone on any given night around you is going to lose because they're probably playing each other.
Yeah.
Or at least one game, these two teams are playing each other. I hope they fall off a little bit.
And that goes to what I think Domas said after they beat Indiana on the post game. He was like, in this league, you lose 2, 3 in a row. All right, can't let it be 4. And that's what we've been saying for 2 years. I think that's how they feel in situations like this. And I think they still have an opportunity. It looks bleak right now because of what we saw last night. They still have an opportunity to get out of this road trip 3-3.
You mentioned PTSD, and I have a thought on that I want to share with you. Do we have a call of the game?
No.
That's good, because there was literally nothing to. There's nothing to. There's absolutely.
Unlike
no
Sunday,
call
I completely forgot about call of the game.
Oh,
That's what happens when it don't pay.
Thank God it's sponsored by no one. We'll come back. James Ham joins us at the top of the hour. Plus, we got your tickets to see the Kings on December 23rd coming up on Sacramento Sports Leader ESPN 1320. I gotta stop buying this juice with the apple in it, man. There's too much damn sugar in here. Let's see here. Just keep pace. Yes, indeed. Follow the pace setter. There's a good call right there, Aldrin J. Just follow the pace setter, baby. Yeah. Just don't let it get to 9. That's big facts. Just don't let it get to 9. Brock Purdy listed as questionable. Oh yeah, wrestling fans, you could skip the 9 lives of Vince McMahon, man. It sucks. Like I hate that. Like, it's popular to trash Vince McMahon, and I understand that. I think it's trash that they blame Vince McMahon for like everything that happened in Owen's death. Now, there's a lot that day that's absolutely Vince McMahon's fault, but to think that Vince in 1999, when he was becoming a billionaire and the company was exploding in value, to think that he was like, God damn it, we need to save money on these riggers who rig Owen Hart. Like, that's ridiculous. That wasn't Vince McMahon's call. Vince McMahon almost certainly didn't know it happened. And all indications are Vince McMahon actually performed the stunt earlier in the day. So I think when you watch these shows and they take shots at Vince like that, and then they bring up the Montreal screw job as if what happened that day is some sort of like just horrible act in the history of mankind. The Montreal screw job is the most overrated, silly shit in professional wrestling history. And wrestling is pretty silly, but the Montreal screw job is so ridiculous. Now, Scooney, this is fair. Still can't believe they went on the show. That's completely fair. That criticism is 100% fair. Everything leading up to that, I don't think is. And I think to lump real life events like the Snuka stuff or the I don't even think you can lump the steroid trial in it, because the U.S. government brought charges against Vince McMahon for essentially being a steroid dealer, like that he was the one peddling steroids to his wrestlers. They all did it on their own. He didn't stop it, but that's a very different thing than saying, "Hey, pal, to put this needle in your ass. Hey, pal, take these pills. Hey, pal, do this." Like, those are very different things, but all of this stuff gets lumped in because he's the center of the whole thing, and I think it's silly. I think some of the perceptions around Vince McMahon are silly, and the dumbest one is the Montreal screw job. Like, I like Brett, but at this point, fuck Brett. Like, give me a break. Like, everybody knows what time it was with that. Like, I don't want to lose to Sean. I don't want to lose in Canada. I'm going to do it this way. Like, what wrestlers ever just handed over a belt and left?
Is Brett the most bitter wrestler of all time?
100%. Brett is absolutely one of the greatest wrestlers ever, but he is so bitter. And the way he tells stories, like, Brett's full of shit. Like, it's so frustrating. I read his book, and I encourage every wrestling fan to not read Bret Hart's book, because it absolutely, like, the way Brett tells it, every wrestler in history had their greatest match against him. Every single one. From Diesel to The Undertaker to Razor Ramon to Shawn Michaels, their greatest matches were all against him and nobody else. And people came up to me crying and telling me that they didn't want me to lose the title. It's like Bret doesn't realize that the business isn't real. Like Bret Hart was WWF champion because Vince McMahon said, "Hey, Bret Hart, you're going to be WWF champion," not because he went out there and beat everybody. That's why the Montreal Screwjob, like that stuff is just so over discussed. And they lumped it into that 9 Lives of Vince McMahon, where you're talking like sexual assault allegations and the infidelity stuff and paying employees off and all of that different stuff. And you're lumping the screw job into that? Like, come on, man. Oh, don't do that. Don't do that. I'm out here caping for Vince McMahon, for God's sakes. Yeah, that Vice stuff has gotten played out.
Yeah, that last season of Dark Side of the Ring was really bad.
Yeah, that was tough.
Whatever came after the Benoit stuff was bad.
Oh, man, is that real? Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube as well. Appreciate everybody who's posting their I guess Twitch gives you like a year-end summary thing.
Big ups.
Yeah, we appreciate that, man. We appreciate all the love. Appreciate everybody who's sharing those results. People did it with the with the Spotify year-end thing for the folks that listen to us on Spotify.
Yeah.
Apple Music doesn't have anything like that, or Apple Podcast doesn't have anything like that. But
they're also not in everybody's car, I guess.
Yeah, that's a damn shame. That's a damn shame that it's not in everybody's car. All I know is I woke up and Apple Music was there, and my life was a little bit different yesterday.
Man, it's just when you're on that status, that's what happens. When you're on that status, couldn't even get to the straw right. God don't like ugly.
I don't know, man. I don't know what to tell you.
Hey, shout out to
God wanted Apple Music in my car. I don't know if you.
It's apparent. Yeah. It's apparent.
No.
I still
get there one day, kid.
You'll
get there one day, kid.
I still got love for Tidal. It's all good.
Okay.
It's all good. I also want to give a shout out to Alabama State and Jacksonville State women's basketball. They're on right now. I'm watching them.
Live or
live? It's live. Oh, it's live, pal.
Okay.
Alabama State is 1-7 on the season. I think Jacksonville State is 3-4.
Why did you feel the need to shout them out?
I mean, they're just they're getting it in out here.
Okay.
It's just showing love, man.
This is what Kenny does, man. This is a shoot. This is what Kenny does. Like he's got some. I come in from my one trip outside, and there's like random basketball game on the iPad. The remote's in here, and I'm afraid to use it for one of these TVs because I'm afraid, like, if I try to do something, it's going to change the channel in, like, Stacy's office, and she's going to be in the middle of a presentation. What the hell? What is going?
Alabama State.
Why is there HBCU basketball on my television? What is this? What the hell is going on here? Speaking of HBCU, shout out to Kendra Montgomery Block.
Yeah,
we got some things cooking, man.
Absolutely. Kendra was on her Instagram. Her and her husband, the lovely couple. They was in that D-Lo and KC merch.
See, that's what I want my beard to look like. I want my beard to look like Kendra's. Like,
a strong beard.
It was just gray, it looked that.
I think you could do it, man.
That was pristine.
I think you could do it.
It was pristine.
Even if you don't, even if there is like different colors in there a little bit, I think you pull it off. Because you would keep it crisp.
Oh yeah, for sure.
You know what I'm saying, like,
I know. My man D would keep.
I'm like I said. I think I'm going just for men if I need to.
Why? Jason's looks great. Jason Jones with the.
A lot of people look great with it. I'm not. It's not about them. I'm just not ready for it yet. I think
not ready.
Just for men.
Man, you got 2 kids now, man. I think you might do just for men. You might not be able to keep up.
I'll find a way.
You keep posting Instagram stories at 1:30, like You might need just for men by New Year's.
That's right, man. I might need it, and I'm gonna use it. As vain as I am.
Ryan is perfect. That I've never seen a perfect baby before. That baby is perfect.
She's a great baby.
Oh man,
She
she's
yells
beautiful.
at me from time to time. But
Well, she's just like Uncle D-Lo.
It's the story of my life. Everybody in the house.
You're
Reese
too-
is the only one that doesn't yell at me.
That's because Reese is just like you. Y'all are too damn calm. That's what it is. Me, Jazz, and Ryan, we ain't as calm.
Although Reese will, like, when it's time to take him to school in the morning, he likes to school. He has to be there by 8:20. He likes to get there at 8:10 when the gate opens. So which means I gotta leave the house at like maybe 8. You know, we post up till the gates open. Oh, let us still be in the house at 8:03. Dad, it's 8:03. I know. We're gonna get there. School doesn't start till 8:20. But no, he want to be there when the gate.
You're never in a hurry though.
We live 2 minutes away from the school.
Bro, you've walked in before at like 11:55, and you plug your computer in and your headphones in.
I told you what happened that day.
Unplug. Well, I know you had a tough day, but what I'm
I'm telling you what happened that day. You were in the middle of the thing, in the middle of the show.
No, not that day. I'm talking like yesterday.
Oh,
You unpack your stuff at the same rate you would if you walked in at 11. You're never.
What do people want you to do? Start slamming stuff around,
bro? You are never in a hurry. You're just. Oh, it's 11:18. We gotta get you there in 2 minutes. It's no big deal. Reese is my guy.
I'm definitely a lot of times in a hurry. You guys just don't see it. Like mentally and emotionally, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah,
but you guys may not see it.
Yeah, you ain't never let it show. Let us in. Hey, let us in. Come on, man.
Never let them see you sweat.
Well, you ain't got to sweat to be in a hurry.
You can absolutely be sweating on the inside. Can't never let them see it.
D-Lo and KC, where Kenny sweats on the inside.
Wow.
All right. There you
I
have
don't
it.
know what that means, but that doesn't even sound right.
It's the new show slogan. Kenny just sweats on the inside.
See, that don't sound right.
What do you mean by that?
That don't sound right. I don't know
That's what
that
you
means.
said. That's what you said. You just get the shirts printed up now.
It just sounds like an AO moment. I don't even know if it means anything.
It definitely sounds like an AO moment, but man. I can't wait till Ryan gets old enough to start yelling at you.
Oh,
everybody, D-Lo and KC gonna be in their 15th year. You're just getting yelled at by everybody.
Yeah,
and Reese gonna be out the house.
Yeah, I'm gonna go live with him.
Do the show live from Reese's
I'm gonna live
house.
with him. He's gonna be somewhere on the East Coast at school. I'll be like, come on, son, I'll get us an apartment, man. We'll live together. Right? Be yelling at me now. I'll be like, I'm trying to get the bottle. What you want me to do?
I can see it. I don't know what to tell you.
You know, eh. Did I tell you she says like, hey, like she's flopping?
Hey,
like someone be going on. Hey.
Oh, that's great.
I'm like, oh, so you just come out the room flopping, huh? That a girl. That a girl. Got that basketball IQ already.
Ready to take that first charge at her HBCU. She's ready.
She got that basketball IQ already. Let's go. She's gonna be a beast. Reese gonna be nice, but she gonna be a beast.
Y'all gotta follow. But is he gonna be nice at basketball or baseball? I feel like
Both.
baseball's his bag.
Baseball's his bag, but he likes basketball a little bit more.
Oh, I thought he liked baseball more.
He likes baseball. I think he loves basketball.
Okay.
But I'm not gonna let him not play baseball because I made that mistake. Keep playing. Keep playing. He's gonna be nice.
Son, don't be like Kyler Murray. If you got the opportunity to choose baseball, just choose baseball.
Yeah. Although I mean, it'd be hard to tell him to go ride a bus in Idaho for $3,000 a month.
Yeah.
When you can
It
go
is not the
else.
glamorous life. Yeah, indeed it is.
Uncle
not.
V could put him on the River Cats though.
Uncle V could at Nani. Start the IG account now. At Nani. Get him set up. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320. Driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app. We appreciate those who are listening to us on Odyssey or 1320 AM or 98.5, or if you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, we greatly appreciate it. James Ham set to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Second night of a back-to-back for your Sacramento Kings. They crossed the border, went through customs, and are ready to take on the 13-14 Toronto Raptors, a team that is mentioned in a lot of trade discussions right now for reasons, I guess, known only to NBA people, because that's not a team that I'd be ready to blow up.
No, but they may have one. They may have one. I don't want to say one too many guys for a certain spot. So when you think of, I'm thinking of OG, Pascal, Precious, and Scotty Barnes.
Scotty Barnes?
Scotty Barnes. I think that my
Scotty
thought,
Barnes is a bad dude. Man.
He is.
Oh
he
my
is.
gosh.
My thought though is that they, like, if they're like, you would want to maybe move one of those guys for a center or a shooting guard. You know what I mean? Like, those are 4 guys that are all starter quality who play the same position. And you would think, all right, just have them come off the bench.
Might I interest you in a Rashawn Holmes?
They need to be interested in it. That'd be a good look for Toronto.
You think?
I think so. I think that'd be a good look. I'm not even just saying that.
I don't know. I don't. Okay.
Because right now they're going Kokolo.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll take Rashawn over that. I just have concerns about if Rashawn could play the way Nick Nurse wants on both sides of the
defensively?
ball. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know.
And who's going to get Rashawn the ball at the rim? Because if you could do that, it could work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know that Rashawn is just a player, and maybe he is, and we just don't get to see it. I don't know that he's a player that you could just plug in and go, this team needs a center. He's not. Is it fair to say Rashawn isn't the prototypical center? Like, if you say center, you probably want a rim protector.
Probably so, but I think you can get away with Rashawn in this NBA.
Okay.
I want to check myself. I kept saying Precious. Precious isn't on this roster. But he wasn't he? Maybe he was on Miami. Is that where he's at?
Oh, Miami.
They had another guy. On the wing that was playing really well in the playoffs and down the stretch last year. I thought it was Precious Okoro, or not Okoro. I forgot how you say
Precious is a fantastic name, though.
I thought he was on the Raptors, but I'm not seeing him on the roster right now on the depth chart.
He's hurt. He's hurt.
He's okay. He's hurt. I knew he was on there, but I thought he was playing this year. But yeah. But when he comes back, he played really well down the stretch last year, and that's when I first thought about OG being.
Are you talking about Chris? Is it Bucher? Are you talking about him?
Boucher. No, Boucher. I like Boucher too. But no, I'm talking. Precious is on there. Yeah. I'll butcher his last name, but yeah, he's hurt right now. But he played really well down the stretch last year, and that's the first time I thought about OG maybe them moving on from him because they got so many guys at that spot.
I have no idea why you'd want. I don't and this is why sometimes I just look at NBA trade chatter as nonsense. Not disrespecting what those guys do or are reporting. Why would you want to break this team up?
Well,
I mean, I can understand trading one.
Mm-hmm.
There's conversations of trading like 3 of them.
Yeah, no, that's crazy. I think you move one of those guys position that player at a position that fits better with that team, and now you can do some things. I blowing up sounds crazy.
Let's bring in I'm sorry. We're bringing James Ham, a 1320 Kings insider, creator of the Kings Beat. This stuff is always funny to me, man. Always funny. The Lakers, they're just the Lakers are so thirsty to get something done that every day, like, a new column pops up about how they've got a new trade target. Yeah, who cares? What do they have? Like, what do they have to give up and trade for outside those 2 picks in 27 and 29? I think it is.
Yeah,
well, what are we doing?
That's not even.
What's up, Hammer? Hey, I guess first order of business, Hammer. I got my email about happy hour.
Oh, now, I had typos.
Unless you had a typo in the name, man. You might want to go sign up for the Kings Beat premium service immediately. Mark Jones joining happy hour tomorrow.
Oh yeah, that's lit. I did get the. I'm about to say I didn't even get. I'm off the list. But no, I got it. I see it right here.
Mark
You know what?
Jones.
Yeah,
No, I'm super excited. Like, look, I think the happy hour it's such a unique experience for people, and it's a way for you to like hear their story and get the behind the scenes and to understand more about the people that that are in front of the camera or that you read all the time or that you've been a fan of forever. And so I'm super super excited to get Mark Jones, and he's such a busy guy that fitting him in to a hour and a half 2 hour window on a Thursday night isn't easy. So it took a little while, but yeah, I'm super excited. I can't wait for people to get to know a little bit of the Mark Jones that people who are around the Kings know, because he's just one of the most genuine guys that you're ever going to run into, and just an absolute gem of an announcer.
Yeah, man. Mark is. We're fortunate to have him here in Sacramento, man. He's absolutely one of the best in the building, in the business, excuse me. And like you just said, real, genuine. Every conversation I have with him is a real talk conversation, man. So that's gonna be pretty dope.
Yeah, I'm excited. You never know how those conversations go. The last one with Katie was just off the hook, just absolutely amazing. People came away with a new appreciation of Katie, but I feel like that's how it goes almost every time we have one of the happy hours. They just like open a new window into people that you hadn't seen before, and I think it's really cool.
You can be a part of Happy Hour by being a premium subscriber over at the kingsbeat.com. Noah Syndergaard to the Dodgers. Throw that out there before we
Thor
begin.
Thor to the Dodgers. Jinx.
I just finally did something.
Kenny owes me a Coke.
There you go.
There it is, right there.
He has one readily available,
I gotta
sadly.
stop by the studio, but yeah, there it is.
James, concerned after last night's game?
Not really. Like I tried to like prepare people for this road trip. This road trip is just like incredibly difficult, and if you don't have all of your pieces like on the same page and doing the same, like pulling the right way, then you're gonna have some games where it gets ugly. And I think the job that Domantas Sabonis has done to keep this team on the right track is just absolutely amazing. And to me, he's an absolute all-star at this point. But man, he needs these guys to stop taking turns. Everyone seems to take a turn on the Sacramento Kings having a bad week, and they've got to stop it. And he needs De'Aaron Fox to look like De'Aaron Fox, because he was back and he looked like he had a bounce in his step and he looked healthy. He still didn't look like the De'Aaron Fox we saw in the first month of the season. So it's go time. You gotta start playing hard right now and start figuring it out.
James, I want to touch on the De'Aaron Fox point in just a second, but I want to get your perspective of how you view this team 26 games in. I think you said they played 25 or 26 games. 26 or 14
26,
12.
yeah.
I look at them pretty simple, when it really feels like if they're hitting the three ball, that's what allows them to be a team that can compete and win games. When they're not, because I think they've been built to be a 3-point shooting team, when they're not, they struggle mightily. They almost don't have a plan B. Do you feel that way about this team?
No, I mean, I understand what you're saying, and of course the 3-point shot helps a ton. But I think it's when they're moving the ball and cutting and doing all their things. And look, we knew this was going to happen. Even when I wrote long form on Jay Triano, on Monday, he said, like, look, the league is going to make adjustments, and then it relies on the Kings to make the next move. This is chess. It's not checkers. You got to go out there and you got to know that teams are going to try to take things away from you. And I think teams right now, they're trying to make the 3-point shot difficult on the Kings on some nights, and other nights they're daring the Kings to beat them from three. And they're collapsing the lane, which is how they're doing sort of their draw and kick strategy. This team stopped moving the ball about 4 games ago, and that's why they've been all over the board. I mean, just look at the assist numbers. I think it's really the telltale sign of this team, whether they're going to be successful or not. And I get it. The 3 ball has to fall, and it's a huge component of their offense. But there's also nights where this team has shot like 24 3-pointers and won. And, they've got to figure out how to, when a team takes something away, they have to have a counter. And so far, the last stretch, they're showing us that they don't.
You said last 4 games. That coincides perfectly with the road trip.
Mhm.
Like they seem to be, in the numbers support, they are a drastically different team at the Golden One Center and elsewhere.
Yeah, but coming into this trip, they were 500 on the road, and to me, that's incredible. It's not like they don't have an opportunity here to still somehow split and save this road trip. They come out and play hard today, and they come out and they play hard in Detroit. You never know. The Raptors aren't playing that well, but if you can even get close, even 2-4 on this road trip, I think that's really good. Like I told you guys in the beginning, and everyone like, what are you saying? Like if this team, like when they won that game, the first game on the road trip that they picked up, it cemented the fact that they would come back at least 14-14 on the trip after the trip, and that's huge. Like because the schedule totally flips after this moment. So what do they play? 11 of the next 13 after these next 2 games. They play 11 of 13 at home, and it's an opportunity to rattle off a bunch of wins. So yeah, they have to make adjustments. They got to figure it out. But I'm not just gonna say it's a road split, a home split thing. Clearly they're riding the home crowd, that's for sure. But some of these players just don't play well on the road. Look at Kevin Huerter splits. Like he's just not a good shooter on the road for some reason, and I don't know why that is.
Yeah, I think even to expand on your point, Nam, I think it's like 15 of the next 19 or 20 is at home. Like I know they've got 4 road games in that stretch of like all these home games over like till the end of January almost. So
Yeah.
That's gonna be the season for me. What they do in those 15 home games, that's gonna be the season. We're getting ahead of ourselves a little bit, but De'Aaron Fox, I saw him last night. Like you, I thought he had a bounce to a step. I thought he looked, like he was moving really well. I just think he just didn't play well last night. Is that kind of what you saw, or did you see him maybe favoring some, his foot a little bit out there?
I didn't see him favoring the foot at all. I just thought he didn't play well. And look, you're going to miss shots. He can be a little bit out of rhythm because he hasn't been out on the court. And when you have
Somebody said,
I was not even close. That was a kick out at one. Not even close.
Yeah, when you have a stretch like that, right, where you miss, even if it's 2 games, like this is the NBA, like, and let's remember he had a foot injury, so you're not going to run him out there and keep practicing with a foot injury. The key to him, not playing was to get some rest for his foot. And I don't know if 5 days was enough or if he needed more or he needed less. All I can say is that look, it might take a day or 2 to get your rhythm back and to find everything. The biggest thing for him that I'll point to again was it didn't matter to me that he wasn't scoring because, that was an issue, but there was a bunch of guys having that issue. The biggest issue I had was he had 1 assist. Like, what are you doing? He needs to be the motor that drives his team. And it seems like, again, Sabonis brings his hard hat each and every night, and he doesn't know which guy is going to fall off the building, and he's got to try to save the team. That's what it always feels like. Somebody is just going to come out and not have a good game. And Malik Monk finally had a good offensive game, but again, he couldn't hit his shots. And between Keegan Murray, Harrison Barnes, who else was it that I tracked? Oh, Kevin Huerter and Malik Monk, they went 4 for 20 from 3. And then you toss in Fox's 1 for 6. So your primary 3-point shooters on this team hit 5 of 26. You're torched. You're absolutely done. And it's not just that they're missing shots in general. You can't win when you got 19 missed shots just right there. I mean, that's just not going to be conducive to winning.
Well, to stall De'Aaron out just a little bit, and I agree with you and Damian, 1 assist isn't good enough. But there's twofold, and I mentioned it earlier to Damian. We can't, go crazy about how Sabonis is the initiator of the offense, and he gets everything going, and he's the one that sets everybody up. and then wonder why De'Aaron Fox's assist numbers are down. And then specifically when you talk about last night, I think the fact that you just mentioned the numbers that those guys had shooting is a direct correlation to the assist numbers. I think Will Z said he had about 6.4 potential assists last night and ended up with 1. Assists are twofold. You know, you can pass the ball to the open guy all you want. If they ain't hitting the shot, you're not going to get that number. So I'm straddling the fence, I guess you could say. I agree with you and everybody else who says 1 assist isn't good enough. He's got to do more, but it goes hand in hand with the fact that the other guys that you mentioned, Herter and Murray and all those other guys, were 4 of 20, whatever you said, from beyond the arc.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I need him to get easy buckets for his teammates. Like getting a 3-point shot is one thing, which is he's really good at that. But get Chimezie Metu a lob, get somebody at, cutting to the basket where they get an easy one. It's not just about the 3-point shot. And, that's how Sabonis ends up with, 5 assists last night, even though they really struggle as a team. It's just, look, this road trip, again, it's one of those grinding to a halt road trips against some really, really tough defenses, some really, solid teams across the board. And then the one game that you look at the end of the road trip that could be, sort of the game you could win easily is a getaway game. And that's not cool either. I mean, like if that Detroit game was tonight, I would have a lot more confidence in the Kings coming home with 2 wins than the fact that it's at the very end of the road trip and you're road weary, you're trying to get home, you haven't seen your family forever, and you're just exhausted.
I'm not worried about De'Aaron Fox at all moving forward, Hammer, but I am a little bit concerned about Davion Mitchell. Tell me I'm crazy and I don't need to be.
Like I've told you guys from the beginning that like he's the one guy who stands out that's hasn't quite grasped the entire concept of the offense. And that's all. Like he's so used to being a different style of player and he's just not being able to figure it out. And so I get it. Like defensively, I think there's only one game that I can remember back and I, absolutely called him out and blew him up for that, which was the Miami Heat game where Kyle Lowry just like destroyed him. But, like this is a guy who should be a 7th or 8th option in like an 8 or 9 man rotation. Like him and Chimezie Metu are like the back end of your rotation scores. And that's not easy. It's not easy because you got to stay ready at all times, even though you're probably not going to get a lot of the opportunities that some of these other guys are. And the problem isn't just that like he doesn't really know how to cut off ball. And he's starting to get a little bit here and there, but the problem is that you have to understand with this defense is that this offense is that when you cut, a lot of times it's about sacrificing yourself for the team. It's about drawing a defender, even if it's just a half step away so your teammate can go do something else. So it's not just that he's not cutting for himself and getting buckets. It's that he's not cutting the right way for his teammates in order to create space. And it's something he's got to work through. And, again, like I told you guys in the beginning, like I like Richaun Holmes as a player. I've got to know Richaun Holmes off the court. And, I've spent time in the locker room with these guys. That doesn't change that. Like when I'm watching a basketball game and I see what Richaun Holmes is doing on the court, he just stands out as someone who's not doing what everyone else is doing. And if you're not looking for that, I get it. You're like, why is he not getting his lobs? Okay, that's fine. But the fact that he doesn't show on the high pick and roll, that the fact that he doesn't seal a guy off and push him to the sidelines, these are their basic principles of their offense and of their defense. And if he's not able to manage the timing of the game, that's on him. You're too far into it. Like if Chimezie Metu has been able to adapt his game and figure it out, but you can't. And that's where a lot of people, like we hear it on Twitter, like, why aren't you guys calling out Mike Brown for not playing Richaun Holmes? It's like, well, I'm not calling him out because I agree with him. Like I saw the same thing he saw. And that's not even him having to tell me it. I watched it myself. So, like, there are a lot of things that this team has to work through, but that doesn't mean that, like, Rashawn Holmes will never play again for this team and he's just a waste of space, or that he's done something horribly wrong. It just means that he needs to work on the mental aspect of the game and get to his spots on the floor faster. And it's the same thing with Davion. It's just this never-ending cycle of these guys trying to learn what they're supposed to do while having very little practice time, and you're having to learn it in the game, and you're having to learn it in like 3-minute spurts for Davion.
I personally, there is no time limit with this question I'm about to ask you. There is no time limit. Davion Mitchell is what we're rolling with for the season as far as a backup point guard. But I'll ask you, Ham, in your opinion, how long do you think that coaching staff gives Davion to figure it out?
Well, because he gives you what you need on the defensive end. I think you roll all season long. Like, what's the other opportunity? Is to go to Matthew Dellavedova?
Well, I'm saying like maybe pick up somebody. Like I'm
something
not saying
more drastic.
Yeah.
Okay. No, I mean I get what you're saying.
I personally think I'm with you. I think you roll with them all year, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm more patient than others.
Yeah, I mean, like, look,
Others.
they're going to keep rolling with him. And I mean, we talked about it last time. They can't just sign Trey Burke. They don't have a roster spot. And that means that if you're going to go away, if you're going to basically say, like, we're not willing to keep using Davion Mitchell in this type of situation, that would mean that you're also not comfortable with Dellavedova if you're going out and bringing someone else in. You would have to waive Dellavedova in order to make this work. Or you'd have to waive Chima Moneke, which, they're using down in the G League level, and they love him there. And, he's putting up double-doubles every night. They're grooming him for a bigger role down later in the season, hopefully, or maybe next season. But, like, someone else will have to bite the bullet there. And the other problem that you have is that if you sit the number 9 pick in the draft and say he can no longer do what we're asking him to do, then you're losing all value in him. I mean, he was a number 9 pick last year in the draft. So, like, you don't want to lose value in him. Other teams can look at him and say, okay, we saw what he did in the last 15 games of the season when he was given a bigger opportunity. We can probably figure out ways to get around the issues that he's having right now, especially if we just gave him the ball and let him basically do the Malik Monk role. Like, he's not the flamboyant scorer that Monk is, but he's still a quality scorer in that situation. It's just his role with this team is different.
James, I'd been really looking forward to seeing Neemias Queta.
You saw him?
Yeah, I went to get some water at the time he was in, and I read a tweet that he was in the game, and I never saw him again. James, that didn't go according to plan.
Well, it didn't.
My plan, at least.
It didn't, but let's be honest. He was in the game in the first quarter because the same exact thing happened to Domantas Sabonis.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, look, going up against Joel Embiid in, like, this 2 or 3 week stretch is, like, the last thing you want to do. That dude is absolutely rolling. I mean, if he wasn't just spin moving.
Oh, yeah. Oh, that's official.
Boy.
You could hear
Who has
you knew,
320?
You could tell by the silence that hit that it was going to be an official freeze. 320 and
closest without going over.
Just barely 320.
Ooh.
I am back. Back.
The official James Ham.
Closest without
freeze.
3 going 20 is Aldrin J at 318.
Aldrin J, congratulations.
Aldrin J. Nice.
You won nothing.
There it is.
But congratulations.
Yeah, like
Queta in that moment was pretty tough.
Yeah, it was tough, but I mean, look, Embiid is just destroying everyone. He's destroying everyone right now, and he was coming off a 50-point game. So, like, what are you supposed to do if you're a G League guy and you're coming in off the bench? I didn't think I saw. I mean, he was impatient. He was nervous. You could see he got up in the air and drew a foul. I thought the first play that he did where he stripped Embiid of the ball was really nice. He tried it again, and Embiid's too smart to let it happen twice and got the foul on him there. Like, look, he needs to, if he's going to be at the NBA level, he's going to have 10, 15 games, get his feet wet, like find the speed of the game, because the speed of the game in the NBA and the G League are two totally different things. And you're going to have a guy who at the G League level is the center of the universe for that team. And then he gets to, the Sacramento Kings roster, and he's going to be like the 9th guy in the rotation if he is in the rotation. So like his opportunities are going to be completely limited when he gets to the pro level early on. And it's not just adjusting the speed and the quickness, but also adjusting to the fact that you're never going to touch the ball. And when you do, you're going to be expected to do a dribble handoff to one of your guards coming through and clean his man. He did set some nice screens, though. Like right away, like you forget how good of a screener he is. He's the second best screener on that team without any question.
He's a role player and a screen setter. And we've got tickets for you to see the Sacramento Kings take on the Washington basketball team coming up December 23rd. Caller number 3 right now, 916-909-1320. This might be one of the biggest Chatty House gatherings in show history. We've been giving tickets away for 2 weeks. Again, caller number 3, 916-909-1320, December 23rd, the Golden One Center.
James, one of the things that I've been saying a little bit today is it kind of seems like things are worse than maybe they really are. When you look at it, I think they haven't played great this whole road trip, but I don't think they played that bad against Milwaukee. Cleveland was, but they also didn't have their best player. The Knicks wasn't a good game, and yesterday wasn't a good game against, maybe the MVP of the league. But it hasn't, like, I think a lot of people are scared, like, oh, no, this is a proof that it was all a fairy tale and they're not very good. That may be the case, but I don't think we need to jump to that conclusion right now. It's the NBA. And they had a road trip, a 6-game road trip. They're in the middle of it where they're not playing great basketball. That happens all the time.
Yeah, I mean, this thing just bit them. And again, it's not over yet. Like, again, they could still win the next 2 games and go 3-3 on the trip. And everybody is celebrating that this team is coming back from the road trip after splitting. Like, that can happen. And the fact that you got blown out by Philadelphia, actually, in a certain sense, it helped. Because you didn't play anyone major minutes. Your guys were already in the back packing up everything and ready to go. A back-to-back is tough, but you're also facing a Toronto Raptors team that's missing OG Anunoby and a couple other pieces. So, like, look, you got to go in there and you got to play hard, and you got to figure out ways to improve each and every day. And the fact that they just laid 2 eggs, it is what it is. You got to move past it. But that's what this team has showed us early in the season, that they're resilient and that they can move past these things and they don't get stuck in the rut. And I don't know what their overall record is over like their last 8 games, but I think it's still over 500. And, that's what you need to stop looking at like day in and day out what they're doing. Sure, they're 1-3 on the trip, but they're coming off a 3-game win streak at home, right? So what are they, 4-3 over their last 7? That's actually pretty good. It's above 500. So like, I don't think anyone should be panicking. They should just calm down, let it play out, let this team figure out who they are, and when they have these bumps in the road, stick with them. I mean, just because you don't get to light the beam and everyone doesn't get to celebrate, that's just, it's okay. Every once in a while, your team is going to lose.
It's way more important to light the beam when we're home. You got 17,000 people leading the Golden One Center wanting to see a purple light in the sky.
Yeah, or on Fridays.
Better be Friday. Swear they better beat the Washington basketball team, man. I'm telling you, I said it as if we're giving away tickets. The Washington Wizards. Congratulations to Tyler Jennings, by the way, who won the tickets to see.
Nice.
I think Tyler had mentioned in the chat, he's like, man, I gotta win these tickets because like a family friend really wanted to go. So I'm glad he got the
in that case, I really need to win these tickets. I need to win these tickets the rest of the week, man. Yeah, I think it's tough. I stayed off of Twitter last night, not for any reason. Just I didn't do that. I didn't feel like this morning a lot of people were overreacting to last night's loss. I think it's frustrating to have 2 clunkers back to back, but I don't know that too many people are like, oh, this is the end of the world. Oh, same old Kings. And we mentioned, I had said something to you earlier, KC, Actually, I have an idea why some people might be reacting like that, because the season has so many like highs and lows, but there's something new that's happening in Sacramento. I'll share that with you. We'll return. We've been looking back, James, and we're going to look forward, not too far forward, just like an hour. Kings are back on the floor tonight, so they can erase everything that happened in the last 24 hours with a good performance tonight in Canada. Well, that's another reference. You don't get. James gets it. James gets it. James knows about Canada. We'll come back. We'll talk more with James Ham here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. My company is sending me abroad.
Canada.
I thought we were going to do Strange Brew references.
Canada.
Do you guys think Drake is at the game tonight? I see his boy Vivek. Probably so.
Hi, Drake. He's going to go in the Kings locker room when it's over.
Vivek and Bonnie were on the
I saw that
last night.
Yeah. I grabbed the pictures. I grabbed the pictures off of our service from that in case I need them later. I'm going to store these away.
That's a very good idea. Leezy, yes, I'm at every home game. Unless something dramatic happens, but I've missed 3 in 13 years.
Ham's not like us. He's working the whole time, though.
Yeah, I am working the whole time.
Yeah, we're working the room.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, it's because you're moving down to.
Damien just can't even get around. He just can't even get around. He was stopping him left and right. It's crazy.
Shida, man.
Tell them lies.
Who else got a beam? Somebody else, like, I think they were, well, I think it was the 76ers were mocking the Kings with a fake beam.
The Bucks did too. Yeah, the Bucks did too.
Yeah.
It's all good.
Yeah.
Let me know you taking notice. Lets me know that you know what time it is around here.
This Cardinal story is weird. Did you see that pop up? Steve Keim is taking a leave of absence. He's got like a health issue going on. Man,
and they've had a terrible.
This is just terrible for them. Awful.
They've had a horrible season.
I posted. We got to get Will Z's article tweeted. God damn it, man.
I was bummed out to see that Twitch from So You Think You Can Dance died this morning.
Yeah, that's always just terrible.
I was sad to see how he died.
Yeah, that's terrible.
That, and he's got 3 little kids, and a weird situation. We have anything else going on? Yeah, Philly Photoshop.
Sorry, I'm just posting Will Z's article from
James. Are you in your fantasy league playoffs?
Yes. Yeah, but we lost to the worst team in the league on the last week of the season by 0.66 of a point. And that made us drop out from a division leader that would have had a first round bye, and now we have to play in the first round. And I'm waiting for scoring changes to come because there's a possibility of that, because it's so close that, scoring changes happen later in the week, Wednesday, Thursday. But I don't think we should have lost.
Yeah, there don't need to be no scoring changes. Not anything against you, Ham, but don't be letting me think I won, and then Wednesday, we got to change this score. No, it is what it is.
Nope. The guy loses a tackle. Guy gets a half sack instead of a full sack.
No, not you. I'm talking about no, it is what it is. That's that. We're not going back, and you should have gave him the right tackle then. Not going back and taking, especially now as a player, I'll be taking my tackles away.
That's funny. People are saying, let's see. I don't think Brendan's watched Die Hard yet. One of the great Christmas movies of all time. Realistic deal. I'm not going to get into a realistic deal, Tyler, right now. You can stop by and see me at the game. Do I think the Hornets would trade Mason Plumlee? That, if I'm the Kings, that's a guy I'm really looking at. Because he knows the system, and Jay Triano really likes him, and he can pass. And he's on a expiring deal. No, I don't think we're going to poach Bob Myers. The Kings are not going to poach Bob Myers from the Warriors.
The Warriors are going to poach Monty McNair.
Yeah. You never know.
James didn't deny it. You know what that means.
I did not speak on Nerlens Noel. There are moments where I've thought Nerlens Noel is one of the worst basketball players I've ever seen. And then other moments where it's like, oh, look at that. He's totally serviceable.
That's harsh.
Our guy.
Though I did feel that about Yorgos Papagiannis.
Oh, well, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It was terrible. Our guy, Worldwide Wobe,
big
with
Kings
his league pass menu. Kings at Raptors tonight. Fun rating of 74, which is middle of the pack for tonight.
Out of 100?
Yeah, but the highest is 79.
I'm not sure how you come up with that stat that, like...
James is calling BS on your fun rating, league pass fun rating from
Well,
Woe.
it ain't mine. I don't know how you come up with it either, but Worldwide Woe has his league pass menu, his fun rating of all the games that are played on a particular night. Tonight, the Kings get 74, which there's 1, 2, 3, 4 games that are at 74. There's one at 79, one at 78.
It's a lot of games tonight.
Yeah. But he has a little comment that it's 5 words or less, kind of encapsulating what the story of the game is. And it's Kings at Raptors, 74 fun rating, 5 words or less. Beam needs batteries.
That's good. I thought he was going to say Beam beats dinosaurs or something like that.
Beam needs batteries. It absolutely does. Let's put some Duracell Energizer batteries in the Beam.
Kenny, how are you feeling about this Giants signing?
Carlos Correa. I feel good. I feel great.
You do realize he'll be under contract when your daughter is 13? Just
Yeah.
saying. Just saying.
Yeah.
She'll be a teenager.
Oh, that's crazy.
And
Wow.
all I really care about is the next 7 years. Like the other 6, I mean, it's real happening.
Yeah, the 6, you still got to pay him.
Now, the thing about it is
going into junior high school and
just go full Barry Zito.
Season with San Francisco 49ers.
But look, here's what I always say about, especially when it comes to Major League Baseball, especially when it comes to the San Francisco Giants. Who cares? You guys make money just existing.
They're
like,
printing that money.
Billions of dollars, damn near. Man, who cares if you got to pay somebody $27 million when they're 39 years old? Go have another condo built down the street and make up for it. Ain't no salary cap. I don't feel sorry for nobody who has a 10, 12 year contract in baseball. Pay that man.
I don't feel sorry for him either.
And go get somebody else. Don't say, well, we can't pay him because Carlos Correa. I ain't trying to hear that.
Yeah, that's not how baseball works.
Go get somebody else, even though this guy is in the 12th year of his contract. I don't care.
Rough.
It's still funny. I hadn't even thought about that.
Yeah.
His daughter, who was just born the day before last, is going to be a teenager when that contract's over.
I don't want to tell you how old I'll be in the final year of his contract, so we can move on. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that's all right, Ham. I mean, we're all going to be older in 13 years. That's just the way life works. That just for men that you want to get for your beard, it ain't going to be working in 13 years. You're going to have to. That little spray I use on my that's going to be a wrap. It ain't going to work for 13 years. We had talked about the reaction of frustrated fans over the course of the last 2 games after these two kind of eggs that they've laid against Knicks and last night against Philadelphia 76ers. And that's just kind of the way the season goes, right? There's a lot of ups and downs to an 82-game season. I think one thing that's new for Kings fans are the ups. Kings fans aren't used to having the ups, so it's harder to grasp the downs when you're not used to having the ups. You're just used to down and then downer, and then somehow the Kings find a way to get even lower than the downer, and then they crawl themselves back up a little bit before they get to the downest. We're not used to having the ups, and I think that's where you talk about, oh, same old Kings, oh, that dreaded feeling. Oh, that PTSD feeling. That's what it is. It's because Kings fans aren't used to having all of the ups that they've had through the first 26, 27 games of the season.
Good point. Exactly the point.
No, I think you're right. I mean, again, not to like belabor the same point, but the Kings are 3-3 over the last 6 games. Like they're at 500, and they're 4-3 over the last 7. I mean, this team is playing. You sometimes you got to let a team show you who they are, and you got to give them more than 26 games. And, with this team too, I wouldn't even give them like the 40 mark. That's not okay. The 55 mark, which is right around 50, 52, 53, 54, 55. That's right around where the All-Star break usually is. I don't think that's enough. We need to see what this team looks like in the last 27 games of the season, where they're making that stretch run, which is typically where, like this team it fades down the stretch. So I think it's great right now that you look and they've lost 3 out of 4, and they're still the 7th spot in the Western Conference standings right now.
Yeah.
And so like be happy with what you got right now, and hope that they snap out of it and figure this out on the road. And again, the road trip still has 2 games that are, in all intent and purpose, like these are winnable games. Like you can go in and beat Toronto. They're not playing well right now. You can go in and beat Detroit. They're not a good team overall. And so like it's still there. You just have to find your game and finish the trip.
Yeah. I was going to ask you about Toronto and what you think about this matchup today. I mean, do you look at Toronto as a team that, kind of plays to the Kings' strengths a little bit? One of the things we saw with Philadelphia is they like to slow it down. They were successful in that. But if Toronto is the type of team that likes to get up and down, or is maybe a little more apt to getting up and down, that could play into the Kings' hands as well. What do you think about this matchup today?
Yeah, I think, in past years, Toronto's beat you with like the second that you score, they're already down on the other end, right? But that's not the team we're seeing right now. They're 25th in the league in pace. This is a super long team, and they have a bunch of players that I think would look great in a Kings uniform. Whether it's OG Siakam or Scotty Barnes, Chris Boucher. Like this team does have a bunch of long, super athletic players that kind of that missing ingredient that we keep talking about the Kings missing. And I don't know how you match up against them, but I know that if you go in there and you really like play your game, that the Kings are a team that's probably the better overall team at this point. I still think, Toronto is an extremely well-coached team. Nick Nurse is tremendous. But this is a team who's 13-14. And, if you want to be a playoff team, you got to go in and beat teams that are 500 and below every single time. And I think the Knicks is one of the few times this season where the Kings lost to a team that was under 500 when you started. But I think they went up to 500 with the win, right? So you're still looking at a team that's right around 500. Maybe Miami is the only other team, and I don't think anyone believes that that's who Miami is. So, yeah, look, you can finish this trip the right way and leave all of this negative energy behind. You just got to go and play better.
Marcus points out here in the chatty house on youtube.com/ESPN1320 that Toronto are league leaders in deflections. Toronto's also league leaders in steals as well. But James, I think you made your point beautifully with the line that the Sacramento Kings can play their game. I think they're a better team than the Toronto Raptors. And I couldn't agree more, but I think that's been one of the struggles of this road trip. Granted, Milwaukee, a very good defense, very, very good team. New York, good defense. Philadelphia, good defense, very, very good team. Toronto is a good defense, and like right now they're just kind of slotted at an average team where we don't really know. I don't know whether they're up or down. You mentioned we don't really believe that Miami is a below 500 team. Toronto, I really am not sure what they are. Like, I see their roster and think that they have the potential to be very good, but the struggle that the Kings have had so far this trip is playing their game, playing like who they are. And Mike Brown has been adamant about that since the Bucks game. They're not feeling us. We're not playing our form of basketball against these teams, and that's something that they're going to have to do tonight.
Yeah, and I'll point out a couple of things if you really look at like what Toronto brings to the table. Number one, they're not a good 3-point shooting team. They're 26th in the league. They're shooting 32% from three, but they're also their 2-point percentage isn't great either. This is not a great offensive team. They get to the free throw line a ton. They're a horrible defensive rebounding team, but they're really good on the offensive glass. So if the Kings have been in the top 5 in defensive rebound percentage all season long. That's one of their strengths. So if they can hold to that right now, then they should be okay. This is a team that does get a bunch of deflections, but also they lead the league in 10 steals per game. They don't turn over the ball very much. They're middle of the pack as far as assists, but they just don't turn the ball over. No, they're not middle of the pack. They're low. They're 25th in assists, but they're number 1 in turnovers per game. So this is a game. They don't make a ton of mistakes, but they're also not a great rebounding team and not a great shooting team. The thing that the Kings need to avoid is giving a team like this confidence from the perimeter. And it's something that the Kings have struggled with all year long, that teams that aren't good 3-point shooting teams just start hitting all of their shots. And if they can avoid that, then, like I said, they've got a really good shot. This team just is not playing that well, and it's a team that you can, walk in there and show them up on their home floor if you play your game. And again, I'm not sure Kevin Huerter's going to play or not. I haven't heard any updates as of just a little before we got on the radio, but he's questionable tonight with a sore ankle, I think it is. He hasn't looked like himself for a couple of weeks. He needs to find his game. He was better yesterday, but again, missing on 3-point shots. And does that mean if you're not going to have Huerter, who starts in his place? Will it be Monk? Will it be Terrence Davis? There's some pretty good decisions that have to come in this game too.
Where do you know where that happened with Kevin Huerter? Has he been playing with something for a little while as far as like an ankle injury, or was it just last night and now he's questionable tonight?
No, I think it's just an accumulation of injury. It's an accumulation, how many, like I think I've told you guys this, when the Kings go out on the court every single day, and they travel with this too, they have these big like rubber pads, and in the middle, it has technology that allows them. So guys hop up on the pads and they take like 3 or 4 big jumps before they go on the court, and then after they warm up and they come off. And what they do is they're tracking their explosiveness. Like, these pads have all kinds of sensors on them that allows them to see not just like where their vert is for that day, but also like if we're starting to see wear and tear. I'm going to say there's a good chance that Kevin Huerter has started to show some wear and tear and some of that stuff, just because he's being asked to do something that he was never asked to do in Atlanta, and that's just run around the court like a crazy person all game long. He's probably putting way more mileage on his body this season than he has in past years. And that's just me speculating. Like, I would have to actually see the raw data on it, but I'm going to guess that he's put in a lot more miles, and he's probably just a little beat up. I wouldn't think that there's anything like too major going on there.
From Kings beat writer Chris Biederman, who's in Toronto.
Yeah.
Tweeted 25 minutes ago, Kings coach Mike Brown says Kevin Huerter remains a game-time decision with an ankle injury, but there's internal optimism he will play tonight against the Raptors, per sources. Again, that was Chris Biederman 25 minutes ago.
Yeah,
game
internal
30. So I think an official, James, you could correct me if I'm wrong, an official game time decision is 30 minutes before tip.
Yeah. Well, that's when they have to have the starting lineup in by 30 minutes before tip off. So
okay.
to-
So that
Starting
doesn't.
lineup,
Yeah.
He may
Well,
not, well, he's a
well,
starter,
I would assume.
yeah.
I'd assume you'd start him, especially with an ankle. You'd want him out there warm. At least that's my opinion. But Kawhi Leonard,
Yeah.
all of my opinions regarding how you handle off the bench and starting out the
Kawhi
door
Leonard
like his
throws
first game.
everything out of the.
That's
the-
big
the-
facts.
yeah.
Yeah, that's absolutely accurate.
Yeah, we have no idea.
I like the matchup for the Kings tonight. I think of course, I did think this going into the Philadelphia game as well. I thought getting their ass kicked against New York would, all right, let's bring it back around. It hasn't happened too many times. Okay.
I thought they were going to win yesterday.
Philadelphia is really good. Toronto, I think, is a good basketball team. I actually think Toronto's better than their record. They're missing a lot of guys. They're missing a lot of guys right now. I think Toronto is better than their record, but I second night of a back-to-back, we've seen that they can win this. I would have more concerns had they not beat Chicago, I think it was, at the Golden One Center after beating LA at Crypto. So the fact that they've already done it.
Clipper Darrell Arena.
Oh,
That's
man.
what it's going to be called.
Clipper Darrell. It
Shout
will
out to
be
John.
soon.
That's what it's going to be
He's about to get all Steve Ballmer's money after that. I feel I think this team is gonna. I think they'll be ready for this one tonight. Whether they win or not, I don't know. But I expect a very different game than what we saw yesterday, and I even expect a different game than what we saw Sunday.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And Precious is out. OG Anunoby is out. Otto Porter is out. So, they got quite a few guys that are out. Juancho Hernan Gomez is probable. This is look. You got to play the games on the schedule. And when you drop a game, you got to have a short memory. You got to get back on the horse the next night. And you got to find ways to get over, especially on the road. And it's not easy. And the bumps and bruises, they accumulate. I mean, I don't know if we have, how many times has Domantas Sabonis been smacked in the face this season? But, I think the one good thing is that he keeps getting smacked in the face and not, kicked in the knee or stepped on his foot. And so we're seeing him just continue to play. And he's been a workhorse. And I think this is one of those games against, a guy who's light in the shorts is what the Kings assistant coaches used to say, guys that don't have a big rear end. I expect Sabonis to go in the post against Pascal Siakam and push him all over the place. And he's just a bigger, stronger player. Now, Siakam can burn him with his speed and quickness as well, but this is one of those games where there are some matchups in this game that really should play into the Kings' hands.
Yeah, I really look at this Kings team, and one of the things that I thought really hurt them yesterday, even though they were able to manage it for a little bit until it got crazy, was the pace of the game. When they were getting that ball up the court, they were able to hang and it was a regular game with Philadelphia. Yeah. But as soon as they start, going to the foul line, and James Harden got going and they were able to walk the ball up the floor, get the ball to Embiid, get Harden in the half court. That's when things got sticky for the 49ers. For the Kings.
49ers too. They didn't like the way they didn't like the way
they get up the field.
They
didn't get up the field.
They didn't like it. They didn't like it. Brock Purdy wasn't ready for Joel Embiid.
But I
Who
think
is?
if they can
right.
They can keep that. I even said the word. They get that pace up and get up the floor.
We can't escape it.
I think that's this particular Kings team, though, I think that's their game, man. They got to be in the open floor, getting up the court a lot.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they need De'Aaron Fox to be De'Aaron Fox tonight. And, Van Vliet is tough. He's a guy that he's a gamer, and he will get into Fox and really force him to, slow the game down. But you can't. You got to move the ball. And, the ball travels faster in the air than it does, with someone dribbling it. So I expect the Kings to get out, try to push a tempo. Again, you do your basics in this game and you got a shot. If you don't do your basics, which is, defensive rebounding, which get the end of the possession, stop the possession,
I'm glad you brought that up. League leader in second chance points. The Toronto Raptors.
Well, they're also the league leader in offensive rebounds. You got to get that ball.
That math checks out.
Yeah,
those two seems like they would go
finish
hand
off
in hand.
the defensive possession, man.
Yeah.
Finish
it. So if you do that and you do your basics, you get a high assist total tonight, between 26 and 30, then I think this team will be okay. And, they need to look like themselves. They need Fox to look like himself. And they need Monk to be the player he was, before the last 3 or 4 games. They need everybody to step up and start playing like they have at certain moments during the season. But again, we're still waiting for that moment where everyone is playing well at the same time, and it just hasn't come yet.
Very fair question from Rob W. If you're light in the shorts, does that help the wiggle in your hips?
Maybe.
Yeah. I would. I mean, there are on occasion guys who are big guys who got wiggle in the hips, but yeah, like that's just the way it goes. DeMarcus Cousins, that's who comes to mind.
I want to make sure I got this analogy correct, because this is an analogy I always feel weird. Light in the shorts. Tell me what this means again.
It's the guys without the big base, without the big booties. Yeah, the guys who don't push you around in the
Athens basketball players is what we're talking about.
Go ahead,
Yeah.
Jim Ross. Go ahead.
Well, this.
It's like dealing with a sophomore
no, it's fine. I was just lighten the shorts. Like I'm just a broadcast journalist asking questions. I wanted to make sure I got the analogy down, because
you should have hit me with a 2-parter. I would have been ready.
It seems like the wiggle in the hips would actually benefit from a big booty.
Well, you may not have the wiggle.
No,
I mean, move.
I gotta turn you on to some Instagram videos.
Oh no. Yeah, I mean, look, Domantas Sabonis is a big guy who can throw people around, but they need him to use his strength in this game, which is something that he has
He's a
done.
strong dude, man. Yeah, he was pretty head up with Joe yesterday
when he got to play.
Yeah, well, yeah. When the officials allowed him, like, I thought he did a really, like, Joe couldn't move him, and I think, like we talked about, there aren't many guys in the league that Sabonis isn't stronger than, and then the same is true for Joel. And those were two big, strong dudes going up against each other. In my amateur eyes, thought Sabonis was great. Those highly trained officials, well, they thought otherwise. So
yeah, a big Bob Thornton used to use that line all the time, and it's because he had.
I love Bob. He was just a fantastic person.
Yeah, he is. Yeah, that whole group was amazing.
So good.
But he had Scal Labissiere, he had Marvin Bagley, he had Willie Cauley-Stein. So, like, you start looking around, you're like, okay, do I have one big...
Bob was the best of the bunch.
he certainly is not a guy who's light in the shorts.
No, he's not.
So
he's a big dude.
Things are circulating right now that Kevin Huerter's out tonight.
Come on, Chris Biederman. Damn it, pal. Who's that coming
from? The streets
from?
are saying.
Who's on the streets?
The G-Man.
Oh, well. Well, it's 3:55. Well, it's the hell with that internal optimism, I guess.
Yeah, that just went out the window.
All right.
Was it Chris Biederman or John Heyman?
Oh, man.
Oh, no.
Come on. All right, we're leaving. Thank you for being with us. Let's go watch Kings basketball. Go subscribe to the Kings Beat so you can be a part of Happy Hour tomorrow. Let's go, Kings. Stilo and KC. James Ham, Sacramento sports leader, ESPN 1320.
Go, Kings. Love you, Chris.
Got the John Heyman treatment. Dang.
Brutal. And Chris Biederman is a dude who would throw you around in the post.
He definitely will.
Yeah. I mean, he looks like he was probably a guard or a tackle. Like, I don't know. He's a big dude. So I don't think I've ever talked to him about his sports, like what he played in the past. He had to have played something.
College, maybe, I don't know.
Oh yeah. Yeah, Gary Gerald, tough for the Kings. Kevin Huerter out.
Well, we have to do work. You think they start TD or do they go Monk?
That's a good question.
I think, I think they'll go TD, but just for fun, like why not go Monk, especially with the way that you've started off with, some not great starts.
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy who brings the energy. I don't think you want to open that door. You know what I mean? Yeah. You don't want to crack that thing open. Yeah. I'm asking right now.
Okay, I got you. No one has anything other than G-Man. Everyone's kind of commenting on what G-Man had. But Gary talks to an assistant coach right before the game starts, so if anybody knows, he knows.
Yeah.
The great thing is Gary probably tweeted that and had no idea we didn't know that Kevin Huerter was out. He was just making a remark, and he's going to look at his Twitter like, why is this tweet getting so much traction?
I will say this, Gary Gerald, like watching him do go out to dinner and all of these spots, it just warms my heart. Like it tells us that, like, while the pandemic isn't 100% over, that's a guy who used to post pics of his food every single stop, and having him being able to go back out on the road is a good thing.
Yeah. Absolutely.
All right. Well, let's go watch basketball. Mo and Matt are about to take the air.
Matt Barnes threw the white towel, threw the right flag at halftime.
They said, what are your halftime adjustments? Matt said, nope. Nope.
Matt said, the hell with trying to get you guys to stick around to watch.
Absolutely not. You can watch this bullshit if you want to.
Yeah. Like he was trying to tell people when Jeopardy was on or something. You could probably go watch some sort of film instead. Sweet. All right. What is it? A 4:30 start?
Yeah, it's 4:30.
Yeah. I never know.
All right, guys. We'll shut it down. Let's go watch some hoop, and hopefully we'll all gather here tomorrow at noon.
Okay.
Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you.